Good morning. I would like to call this meeting to order. Members of the committee, please have a seat. Welcome, members of the committee and visiting members of council. Also, a warm welcome to members of the public that are watching live online or TV. As usual, I would like to remind everyone that you can find the agenda for today's meeting and follow up the meeting in real time at www.toronto.ca/council. Declarations of interest under the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act. Members of the committee, any declarations of interest? None noted. Can I have a motion to confirm the minutes of the meeting November 26, 2015? Councillor Mamolidi. All those in favor? Against? Carried. Thank you. Today we have 5 items on today's agenda, and I will go through the agenda briefly and hold those items that which have speakers. Does everyone have the green sheet? Councilor Mamolidi, it's a point of order or privilege?
Mr. Chairman, given that there'll probably be a few more people, I would assume, being added on, I'd like to move a 3-minute deputation limit with a 2-minute committee time limit, committee member time limit.
So we have a motion from Councilor Mamolidi to
just committee member
to reduce the speaking time, and that to be for members of the public, members of the committee, as well as members of council overall, to reduce from 5 to 3 minutes with 2 minutes question. Is that the
3 minutes for deputants, 2 minutes for councillors?
2 minutes for councillors? Speaking time.
Okay.
Mr. Chair,
And questions?
Just 1 second, please.
Speaking.
So we have 3 minutes speaking time for
deputants.
How many minutes?
2 minutes
questions?
for councillors.
No, for questions
and
for the deputants.
Questions and speaking for councillors, 2 minutes. 3 minutes for deputants to speak.
2 minutes.
So 2 minutes for questions of deputants and 2 minutes to speak.
Speaking
Or
time
2
for members
minutes
of
and-
council.
I don't know what you...
Yeah, I'm not sure where the
Council-
confusion lies. I think it's
Okay,
pretty
just hold on for a
simple.
second. Okay.
3 minutes for deputants.
That's your motion.
And
That's
2
all.
minutes. Yep, I don't know where this confusion's coming
I
from.
don't have a confusion on that one. Councilor Manlo.
I'd like to just simply vote on the both of those items separately so that I could vote one way on one and a different way on another.
3 minutes for council.
Yeah, that's fine. So just for clarification purpose, Councilor Mamolidi, your motion is to reduce the speaking time from 5 minutes to 3 minutes for members of the public, and for members of council to 2 minutes.
For questions and speaking.
Now, in terms of questions to members of the public, your motion is
2 minutes.
2 minutes.
So it's 3 minutes, 2 minutes, and 2 minutes.
So it's 3 minutes, 2 minutes, and 2 minutes.
You drive me crazy.
Okay, there we are. So that's the
But
motion
yes.
before us, members of the committee. And also we have a request from Councilor Marlowe that to vote on those requests separately.
Oh, is it?
So that amounts to 10, okay. Okay,
So,
Councilor Garjanis.
Thank you, Chair. And I hope that's not for me. Chair, I have sent communication regarding,
No, we'll get to the communications. I have to go through the procedural aspect of the okay. Anyone else? If not, so we have.
okay, 3 minutes for public speaking.
So we have the first motion is 3 minutes for public speaking. Is all those in favor? Against? It carries 3 minutes. Now,
2 minutes for questions.
in terms of questions to deputants, 2 minutes. All those in favor? Against? It carries.
Councillors, 2 minutes for speaking.
Now, in terms of 2 minutes for members of council to speaking time 2 minutes. I'm sorry. All those in favor? Against? It carries. Thank you. Okay. So today we have 5 items on today's agenda, and I hope you have the list of deputants. And I'll go through the agenda briefly and hold those items that we don't have deputants. And I can see that, of course, okay, let's go through the agenda now. Item number 1, we have deputants. This item is being held, and that deals with amendments to Chapter 591, that's the noise control bylaw. Number 2, there is, okay, we don't have any speakers on item number 2, and that's the expanding the sale of fireworks to include Labor Day. Any speakers on that item? If not, the recommendations is to adopt the recommendations of staff. Can I have someone to move the Councilor Carichanis? All those in favor? Against? Carry. Number 2 is done. Item number 3 on the agenda, licensing of wildlife control operators. We have speakers, so the item is being held. Number 4, that's the Calgary injunction decision regarding the licensed ground transportation providers. We have speakers. The item is being held. And number 5, the Toronto Police Service Board response on enforcement of unlicensed taxi cabs pending council consideration of the new regulations. And we have speakers on that item as well. The item is being held on that one. So I will get to that. Please be mindful that on item number 3 and 4, we have confidential attachments. So if you have any questions from the city solicitor, we'll have to deal that in closed session, and I'll deal with that when we get to it. What else? Also, I'd like to know that today, being Friday, we must end the session by 4:00 p.m. before sundown. So it's 4:00. That's the timing. We have some communications here. I was just handed one from Councilor Glenn DeBermaker, and I believe that we have also communication from Councilor Mamulidi. And Councilor Carichanis.
I've sent communication to Ms. Cook and to councilors regarding introducing a motion, an item on legalization of marijuana and how close it can be sold.
Thank you. So we have 3 communications, and the communication that Councilor Carichanis is referring to is an email that he sent to the Executive Director of Municipal Licensing Standards and copies of members of council of the committee. So we have 3 communications, one from Councilor DeBermaker, Councilor Mamulidi.
Point of order, Mr. Chairman. We have an added item here. It looks like
Point of order, Councilor Mamulidi.
information piece of item, a piece of something or other here that says it's entitled LS 9.4.3, and it's titled the Canadian Revenue Agency is fighting to audit Uber. Is this a part of the agenda now?
What's number 4.3?
Yeah. Did we just add the fight against Uber from Canada Revenue Agency? Am I right to assume that this is now part of the agenda?
Well, this is a communication to Councilor Carichanis from what I can see, and so this is not part of the agenda. So we had 3 communications from Councilor Carichanis.
I'd like to make it 4. I'd like to add this actually as a part of the agenda.
It can be
This information as information.
Yeah, that would be an appendix to number 4, so it's not from a member of the committee or member of council. It's a communication from the public, and that can be as an appendix to the communication itself. so we can treat it that way. Is that okay?
But my question is, Mr. Chairman, can I add this as a part of the agenda now? An actual, the actual agenda as information?
I have to read, and so we'll hold this one down, this communication.
Just a question, it's a procedural question.
Yeah. So we'll have to
And
introduce.
while we're at this as a, I guess, a point of privilege, looking at LS 9.4.3, I hate to say that, Councilor Karygiannis has told us so, but Councilor Karygiannis has told us so. And it looks like there's an investigation on Uber with respect to taxes.
Councilman Molina, we'll get to it at this point. We are not dealing with the items yet. They haven't been introduced, so we cannot speak on it. So can I have a motion to introduce
Chair?
these items?
On a point of order, if I can, I just want to just add, I want to thank Councilman Lee for bringing this forward, and if that item, I don't want to say I told you so or grandstand on this, but if that item could be, once we receive it there, I'd appreciate it, sir.
Councilor Karygiannis, is this not a point of order to begin with? It doesn't reflect any error or procedure or breach of the rules in any way whatsoever. It's a communication that's just running around.
Thank you for the update, Chair. Thank you very much.
Yeah, and all right. Let's move on it. No, that's something that Councilman Moliri, graciously speaking, if you are willing to make changes to the procedure by law, by all means, be my
Can I
guest,
change
bring
the
it to City Council,
Oh, it has to
and
go to
then we
City
can do it through City Council. We cannot do it through.
So
the
we
Standing
can't
Criminal
recommend
Council.
it, Mr.
Let's get on. We have
can't
a busy
recommend a
agenda.
Chair, can we
Procedural
not
change?
recommend it through you?
To it would be entitled point of I told you so's?
I believe there is another item that needs to be introduced.
Can we ask the opinion of the clerk on the I told you so's?
And I told you so. Do we have another communication there?
It's coming. It's not ready.
So I believe that there is another communication as well. So in terms of introducing these new items, we'll just hold on to it and we'll do it a little bit later, okay? So now on the first item, amendments to Chapter 591, that's noise control by law. We have a presentation from city staff, and please go ahead.
Good morning, Chair and members of the committee. I'd like to provide a brief presentation that gives an overview of the amendments we're proposing for Chapter 591, the city's noise bylaw. Toronto is a vibrant and growing city, and noise is one of the realities of city living. However, some noise is necessary for building of houses for residents to live in, maintaining our roads, infrastructure, and transit, provides entertainment for us, as well as provides and allows for the delivery of goods and services. The proposed changes are intended to strike a balance between the city's economic and infrastructure development and ensuring that the residents' needs and their enjoyment of their homes and neighborhoods are accounted for. The existing bylaw, as it stands, sets out the specific standards for noise within the City of Toronto. This bylaw, however, has not been reviewed comprehensively since it was harmonized in 2002. And despite various amendments that have been made to the noise bylaw throughout the years, it is still outdated and doesn't reflect the current realities of the city. MLNS undertook this review with the express purpose of updating the bylaw to reflect the current city environment and address the requests made by committee and this council that were made over the past 3 years. We also considered issues that have been raised to us by city divisions, stakeholders, and the public, with the objective to ensure that the bylaw is easy to understand, enforce for everybody. We also balanced and took into consideration the competing city priorities, such as reducing traffic congestion, investing in culture and business, while supporting the quality of life for residents. We also reviewed our history of noise complaints that have been submitted to the 311 over the past 5 years, and we have identified that every year those numbers have been increasing. And recently, in the past year, we've changed the manner in which we record these requests so we can get a better understanding of the impact that noise is having on residents. We also, through this review, undertook a thorough public stakeholder consultation process that engaged over 5,000 residents. We had 15 meetings with external stakeholders, as well as internal meetings with city divisions. The key proposed changes address the concerns from these consultations, that being that the bylaw needs to be more flexible, rigorous, and easy to understand. Some of the key changes we're proposing are under the general prohibitions, where we have clear defined, changing the times for when noise is prohibited, which is from in a residential zoned area, which under this bylaw means where somebody lives, from 11 p.m. to 7 a.m. Monday to Fridays, on weekends from 11 p.m. to 9 a.m. and statutory holidays, as well as in quiet zones. And a quiet zone would contain a use such as a nursing home, a senior's residence, or a hospital, and those hours are slightly different than the residential area with a narrower or a more restrictive time frame. But we also recognize and have a clear exemption that safety devices such as backup beepers, sirens, train whistles, and bells are exempt from this bylaw. We also are proposing clarification and a change in the exemptions that currently exist in the bylaw with respect to construction-related noise, in particular concrete pours and large crane work. Previously, they were exempted from the bylaw, and we're proposing that they must now constrain themselves to the hours as permitted in the bylaw, and if they need to work through those, beyond those hours, they would require an exemption permit from us. One of the other changes we're proposing is that in the exemption permit process, we'll have the ability to require noise mitigation measures to be implemented that will have the intent of reducing the impact on residents, as well as we provide clarity of what constitutes necessary municipal work in the bylaw, and that type of work is exempt from the bylaw. Amplified sound is another area where we have specific prohibitions, but we've addressed it by adding some flexibility to allow some levels of sound to occur, but we have defined levels that are required to be met, and they're described as dBA and dBc in the bylaw. And just so you understand, dBA is the sound that typically the human ear can hear. dBc are sounds that are in a frequency that normally you can't hear, but you can feel. So that's often referred to as the bass sound that you hear from music. We've provided a table there just to give you an understanding of some of the typical sound levels you can expect from those types of activities. And we are proposing, next slide please, the sound levels for during the daytime, that the dBA level be 85 dB, and the bass sound would be 105, and at night that level drops down to 45 dBA or 65 dBc, and we provide clarity that all measurements are taken at the point of reception. And just to help understand, give you a sense of what might be relative range, I've got a noise monitor here with me, and generally between 60 to 70 dBA is the level of sound in this room at this moment. We've also provided proposed changes that provide clarity with respect to the industry and manufacturing sector. The previous bylaw had some ambiguity in it, so we've provided clarification that manufacturing operations that have a valid MOE approval for the generation of noise are exempt from the provisions of this noise bylaw. As well as we reviewed the provisions related to animals, motor vehicles, and motorcycles, and we've come to the conclusion that the provisions in the current bylaw are adequate and that there's no additional provisions required at this time. However, we are proposing to increase the fines and penalties, as a deterrent and to help have a more effective enforcement mechanism for those that do violate the bylaw. We've also reviewed the current noise exemption process, and we've identified that there's some areas that we could improve upon. And that one being is that we're proposing the ability to require noise mitigation and monitoring plans with respect to those activities where somebody seeks such a permit from us. We're also proposing that we have the authority to revoke those noise exemption permits where we find somebody has not complied with the terms and conditions of that exemption permit. Currently, we have no such authority. We've also identified that we can streamline the process for those applicants that have more than one series of events proposed, that they could submit one single application to us for all events as opposed to an individual application for each event. With respect to the noise exemption process, the councillor's role will remain the same, that being that councillors will have 14 days to comment on an application with respect to a noise exemption in their ward. However, we've recognized that there's been some events that have impacted on adjacent wards. So in those instances where we've identified that potential, those councillors in those affected wards would also be circulated notification of that application. And in the end, if applicants are refused an exemption permit, they still have the ability to appeal that to community council, who have the authority to either issue or refuse such a permit. We're proposing transition provisions that will, should the bylaw be passed by council, that will ensure that the requirements that we're talking about will come into effect in July 1st, 2016. However, those provisions that were granted previously will still remain in effect. In summary, the changes we're proposing are intended to strike a balance between serving the residents and enabling the economic and social vibrancy of the city. And this balance is created by enabling greater flexibility, increasing the rigor, imposing conditions to proactive noise mitigation, and increasing fines and penalties for those who do not comply. We're proposing, as I mentioned, that the changes would come into effect on July 1st, 2016. And during this time, we'll be revising our public and internal materials and communicating with all the stakeholders and the residents of the City of Toronto on the changes so they are easily understood. We'll be developing a mechanism to inform the public about when noise exemption permits are granted in their ward. And we'll be training our staff additionally on noise measuring procedures. I just want to mention that in the past year, we have started a program where we retained an outside industry expert to do comprehensive, extensive noise training for our officers, and we'll be continuing to build upon that, as well as getting more current and easily usable noise measuring devices. Thank you. That concludes my presentation.
Thank you so much for your presentation. Members of the committee, what I would like to suggest is that we can either ask questions now to city staff, but since we have a number of deputants, I would prefer to hear from the deputants first, and then we can ask questions to staff, if that's the will of the committee. If we're okay with that, so we'll go through the deputants now. Thanks so much for your presentation. So the first deputant is Michael Landry, President of the Greater Yorkville Residents Association, followed by Harold Smith, Ian Fleet, and Dr. Tom Weinberger. Good morning. Welcome. Good to have you here.
Thanks for seeing us. And
We have 3 minutes now. I have a beautiful contingent of 3.
yes, I'll introduce 2 residents from our area.
Are you planning to talk individually?
No, I will talk for a minute or 2, and we'll have Sarah speak for a minute within our talk.
Because we'll have the flexibility that you can speak literally up to 9 minutes So you,
Oh,
each one of you will have 3
we
minutes.
won't, we won't,
That's so it's-
we won't,
just wanted to-
we'll try to keep to the time that you've allotted.
Please go ahead.
Okay, so I'm Michael Landry, president of the Greater Yorkville Residents Association. We, our members are 30 buildings in the area with about 5,000 residents. The Yorkville area, the Greater Yorkville area is experiencing tremendous growth, and in prospectively going forward, we could as much as double, I think, the number of buildings and residents that we will have as members. This issue has been outstanding for us for a long time, and what I wanted to do today was to bring a couple of residents who have been experiencing the noise problems from bars and restaurants in our area, as well as motorcycles. Yorkville seems to be a favorite place for motorcycles to visit, and in a number of cases, they can be quite noisy. So, in summary, for us, we are happy to see and applaud the quantitative applied music noise limits with the added significantly increased fines to establishments and owners for violations. On the other hand, we're disappointed not to see increased enforcement in fines for the motorcycle noise violations, nor an improved noise complaint process. Our submission, which is short, I'm happy in the question and answer to deal with more technical aspects of it. I think we have our principal message is that our residents have been experiencing this disruption for years and years, and it would be wonderful if this summer, once the patios are open, once the motorcycles are traveling through the area again, we can experience a more peaceful environment in our neighborhood. It's been a very long time, and any measures that are taken that can improve our lives would be most welcome, as those many, many residents who live in our area, in this mixed-use area that we live in. I will stop there. I have with me as I say, two of our residents who are directly affected by noise coming from a couple of establishments very close by their residence. One, Dr. Sarah Byers, has a story which I think speaks to the personal and the real impact that the noise levels have had in our area, and that presumably other areas represented by other councillors are experiencing the same thing, where there's this kind of noise, whether it comes from establishments, motorcycles, loud cars, or other things. So I'm going to ask Sarah to take a minute and just...
I don't know whether I could be heard.
There is,
My name is Sarah Bayer. I live at 145 Cumberland Street. I have a very sick husband, and I have to make important medical decisions and other for him. The noise, the music noise, has been keeping me awake until after 2 in the morning. We've had about 15 complaints about it. I can't function the following day. I have to make these decisions, and I can't think straight. I can look to a summer, as soon as the weather gets better, to have, again, sleepless nights, unless we totally disallow amplification of music on the patios. This is what's going to continue happening. I thank you for listening.
thank you.
My name is Helen Clark, and I too am backing up what Sarah is saying. I live at 145 Cumberland Street. The music from the restaurants increase after 11 p.m. But from experience of living in the building at 15 years and trying all kinds of solutions, including noise abatement, etc., it just doesn't work. And we're looking to stop that music after 11 p.m. so we can sleep. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions to the deputants and visiting members of council first. Councilor Christian Wantam.
Yes, thank you very much. Sarah and Helen, with respect to the noise that you're hearing from,
It's emanating from two establishments. Casa Motor is one of them, and Amber is the other. And Amber is continuous.
and is Amber a nightclub or is it a restaurant?
It functions as a nightclub from the way I can see it, but I don't know whether it's licensed to do that. That's not, I don't know.
So the question you have is whether or not this establishment is licensed as a nightclub or licensed as a restaurant but functioning as a nightclub. Do they have DJs?
That's what we're being told. In some of the excuses they give, this DJ didn't follow our directions. So this comes from them, and they have DJs.
And what you're asking for is that the amplified sound be turned off on their rooftop or patio at 11 o'clock, is that correct?
Yes.
And from your experience, the complaint process, when you call to lodge a complaint, who are you calling?
I call the police, I write emails to the MLS, I call MLS,
And
all three,
And you said you have now lodged 50 complaints, approximately?
15,
Oh, 15.
15.
And
And I think 6 or 8 are in court right now. We're waiting for court hearing.
I see. And are you, and how long has this been taking place?
Well, I have lived there for 2 years. And ever since I moved in, as soon as the weather gets better, this is what has happened.
Yeah. And so just trying to understand, with respect, and this is a question for the president, with respect to your concerns around motorcycle excessive noise, motorcycles that are manufactured and then sold through the vendors, they meet all sorts of provincial and I think federal regulations. Why are these motorcycles more noisy than what is already permitted?
Well, some of the motorcycles put in aftermarket parts that create louder sound. They continually circle around and accelerate the motorcycles, which increases the noise level, I think, beyond what would be permitted. And for some reason, our neighborhood is a favorite place for them to travel. And also, they will park in areas that they shouldn't, and take up space that illegally on the street. And the streets in the core of Yorkville are narrow. It's a tourist, it's a residential area, and so we need to find better enforcement of the rules for them to moderate their behavior or find another place to ride their bikes.
In the staff report, there isn't mention about increasing the fines or the enforcement around motorcycle noise violations. And there isn't right now outlined an improved complaint process.
Right.
Your community has been advocating for those particular changes, have
Yes.
you not?
Yes.
How are you feeling seeing that it's not included in this report?
Well, it's very disappointing. The size of the increases proposed for establishments were quite significant, and we would have hoped to have seen a similar proportional increase in fines to really discourage the violations when they occur. And I believe the ratio on the establishments was about 10 to 1. So increasing fines in that way would certainly send a very strong signal to the offenders on their motorcycles that kind of behavior is not appropriate. And the other part of it is, of course, enforcement. If there's one message that we are carrying forward, we have the best rules and to address these problems, but if they're not properly enforced with the proper resources, then we're not going to make any progress.
The The report that's contained before us went through a public consultation process. There were surveys that were online that could be completed and filled out. Did your community participate in this public process
Yes.
to inform this report?
Yes.
And did you bring up those concerns during the public consultation and survey process of the report?
Well, I haven't looked into, individuals. If you're talking about the electronic survey, we certainly distributed and made it available. I filled it out, and I expect that many of our residents did fill it out. It was pretty straightforward. So I would think so.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That was the last question. Actually, Councilwoman Tam, there was a motion and before the committee in terms of the speaking time, just for your benefit. So there were some changes that 3 minutes speaking time and 2 minutes for questioning. But since we have 3 deputants, so I gave you the latitude of, Councilor Glenn de Bermenken, next.
Thank you. And through you, Mr. Chair, sorry, I missed your name at the beginning.
Helen Clark.
Helen, so through you, Mr. Chair, my question is to Helen and maybe to others if they have some thoughts. But I think you mentioned to us that the noise has continued to disturb you even after, I think you said, some sort of mitigation measures. Is that things that you tried to do I don't know if you're in a house or a condo?
This is a condo area, and more condos are being built right in my vicinity.
So the noise mitigation measures that were tried, were they inside? Is that what you did inside your condo, or is that what the restaurant or the club did at their end?
It was a two-sided well, up until this year, with the intervention of Councillor Wong Tam, we have tried to mitigate with the establishments.
So, for example, I'm assuming it's just loud music and vibrations coming from all of their equipment?
Yep.
Well, these are huge patios that are allowed to keep their music on after 11 o'clock. And if one starts up and one closes down, the other will start.
Right. And did they try things as simple as the speaker that used to be
Yes.
pointing toward your window?
Oh, yes,
Was turned around to point towards?
time and time again.
Okay.
But the problem is in these mixed condo areas that the noise rises, and they have so many impediments that you can't measure noise properly because of all the impediments and the type of buildings.
So at one level, is one of your suggestions, and again, I don't know the area that well.
Yes.
Is that some of the restaurants and bars and clubs, et cetera, because Yorkville is sort of famous for that.
Two in particular.
That literally they just turn their noise down.
Yes, but then the other one, the other one beside it mitigates and wants to keep their customers, and that'll go up. So they work together.
So you think they could still, because we were all 20 years old once.
Last question.
Oh, yes.
And people like to go to bars and clubs and hear that music vibrating or that club
No, well, I understand that, but after 11 p.m., it is our right to sleep.
Okay.
So,
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
yeah, and her issue has been ongoing for
14 years.
So this is a really extended time, and I presume that we're representative of other neighborhoods that are experiencing this same kind of problem.
Thank you. Councilman Malidi, you are next. Please go ahead.
I misunderstood with respect to motorcycles. I ride, and I love coming down to Yorkville with my bike. So I just want to clarify, you're not looking to ban motorcycles from Yorkville, are you?
No, we're not banning. What we'd like, I don't know if the right word is responsible, but some consideration of the residents who live there and visitors and tourists, that that's the circle. There's Circle Avenue Road through Cumberland or Yorkville and then back around. And there's some tendency to rev the bikes, and no, everybody's welcome. It's just we like people to be considerate of the residents who are there and the visitors who are there. And the noise level is the one that's the most obvious. And then
You recognize that it's
And the parking, some-
very difficult. Well, I have a quiet bike. I don't,
Well,
mine doesn't make a lot of noise.
You don't have aftermarket parts on your,
Well, no, I've got a bike I like, and I don't make I don't alter the muffler or any of that stuff. So I get where you're coming from. But that's a much bigger issue. I think it's a provincial issue, is it not? Like, the city can't say you can't ride the bike on the street because it makes too much noise.
yeah, I don't know.
It's a provincial standard that you've got.
Yeah, but, yes, but presumably if the situation were not ever ameliorated, and people are flout the law, that, maybe more drastic measures would be called for. I'm sure your bike is just a silent glide through the neighborhood, but others aren't. And actually, there's also, of course, the high-performance cars can be as noisy. A Maserati flying down Bay Street is not only dangerous, and it's a loud car.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions? And if not, I'm going to ask you a question, and that's to either Mr. Landry or Ms. Byers or Ms. Clark. You spoke about the level of noise, especially from motorcycles, and the amplification of loudspeakers and how disruptive that is to, especially for those who live there and they have to put up with, and especially after 11 o'clock. Would you like to see more enforcement?
Enforcement is key. Even if we had the perfect solution, if it's not enforced, it doesn't matter. And the establishments will continue, with their practice. The other part of it is, and these are maybe longer term or, through the building code arrangement, through planning, that going on a going-in basis, that proper sound mitigation equipment are put in place so that we're not then fighting or arguing over that they built their establishment under certain financial conditions, and now we're asking them to retrofit additional mitigation efforts. If they know what the business case is for them going in, and that this is part of the requirement that they must meet, it'd be an easier story than having to argue that, there are ways of mitigating the sound. Absolutely.
I would like to add something, that it's the amplification of the sound that makes it unbearable. You can't sleep.
Is that within the same building, for example, you may have a commercial establishment or a restaurant or a nightclub at the ground level and residential on the second floor or third floor? That's what you're talking about within the same structure, right?
It rises. There is a sound tunnel that develops, and it rises. It comes up to the higher floors, even when you don't hear it on the ground. And it's the amplification that does it. It's not the music. It's the amplification of the music that does it.
And
Thank you.
Councillor, it's the rising. Some people can walk by where the establishments are and wonder what the problem is. At the same time, somebody living on the 15th floor, because the sound's heading up, they are affected by both.
I get it. I have another question, and I'll be very brief, in terms of the motorcycles. Some motorcycles, what they have done is modify the mufflers system that creates additional decibel noise overall. Is that the concern that you have within the Yorkville village as well?
Yes, very much. very much. Councillor Mamalidi was talking about his bike doesn't have the amplified aftermarket parts that create the noise. Well, there are others who do. And they try to argue that this is how they got the bike from the shop. Well, they got the bike with the shop having, you know, installed aftermarket parts that increase the volume of the noise coming from the muffler. So, you know, if it was a stock situation, the way it was originally put together, you know, the sound is manageable, I think. It's when the bike is, you know, there's even something called the Hollywood muffler. I mean, the sound can really get extreme.
Thank you. Any other questions? If not, Mr. Landry?
Yeah, I just want to add that it's very important for us that our thoughts be reflected in the bylaws, not just the enforcement. We also need to worry about the enforcement, of course, but the bylaws need to reflect what our rights are.
We hear you.
Please.
Ms. Myers, Ms. Clark, and Mr. Landry, thank you for your presentation.
Thank you for hearing us.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, Carol Smith, followed by Ian Fleet and Dr. Tom Weinberger. Good morning. Good to have you here. Please go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you very much. My concern is that there's no threshold of noise for leaf blowers and other lawn maintenance equipment, and the general prohibition times have been relaxed. Hardly anyone would operate such equipment during the proposed general prohibition time restrictions because that's at night, and you know, it's not something that would happen normally. Leaf blowers and other power devices must be regulated or better prohibited. A single gas-powered mower produces a sound pressure level approaching 100 decibels. The resultant noise level from 2 or more simultaneously are even more harmful. The case when lawn maintenance equipment crews operate in my neighborhood almost daily. These crews wear ear protection, and for good reason. In good weather, our days are disturbed by ear-piercing machine noise and pollution. Now, there was a report by the late Sheila Dr. Basserer, former medical officer of health, titled Leaf Blowers and Other Lawn Garden Equipment Noise. And one of the things mentioned, a couple of things, pertinent things mentioned were leaf blowers have a unique tonality which can be very annoying. Leaf blowers emit both high intensity and low frequency sound. In a quiet residential neighborhood, there are few or no natural sources of sound at these high frequencies. So because there isn't any other significant ambient noise, the leaf blowers have a tremendous impact on our quality of life. For example, in the morning, when we've got the windows open in our breakfast room, our quiet enjoyment is pierced by this noise, which is coming from all kinds of properties adjacent to us. And not by one machine at once, by crews of maintenance people. So it's highly disturbing. Now, to further quote from Bazzer's comments, leaf blowers contribute to noise and air pollution that can adversely affect human health and in the environment. In addressing these concerns, some municipalities in North America have enacted outright bans on the equipment, and 20 cities in the state of California have banned the use of leaf blowers, sometimes only within residential neighborhoods. Other municipalities in Canada and the United States have restricted leaf blower use through noise bylaws and municipal codes. For example, the City of New York and the City of Vancouver and Los Angeles have enacted sound level restrictions on this type of equipment, and I see no reason why this can't be done in Toronto.
Thank you. Any questions to the deputant? Councilor Carijanes, please go ahead.
Good morning, and thank you for coming, sir. I've only got 2 minutes, so I'm going to make it very quick. I know it's very irritating when on a Saturday morning you want to sleep in or you want to have breakfast, and you hear these machines, and could be 2 or 3 of them cutting grass in the same neighborhood. But in the same token, I'm going to ask you a question. You know, I have an 86-year-old mom, and she has people that are coming in to cut the grass. If she doesn't have that, you know, either I will have to go or some member of my family, and she wants to be independent. And at sometimes, you're going to have a couple of these people that are cutting the grass, and they could be from different municipalities, and they could have older equipment, and they can have people that are trying to make a living. Wouldn't it be more wiser for us to also, besides looking at this, think about sending a letter to the right agency, I think it's probably Canadian Standards, to ask them to look at minimizing the noise in future equipment coming forward?
Yes, I'm quite familiar with Canadian standards. I'm a recently retired architect, and I dealt with Canadian standards for the materials and, you know, that were in the buildings that we specified. But Canadian standards will only do that if they're paid to do that. It's an agency, it's a company that, and they make their money from issuing these standards, but they only do that at the request of a customer or a government. They don't necessarily come up with them on their own, I think.
But if I'm not mistaken, there probably would be legislated through the federal government. There would be either some sort of, I mean, it could be the ministry, I don't think it's transport, but it could be the ministry that looks after us, that can certainly ask them to look at that.
Well,
would I be incorrect that to ask you if you would support such a movement from us to send a letter to the appropriate federal minister to look at it?
Well, I would certainly support all measures that the City of Toronto can do to reduce noise pollution, but I think that the first issue is for the City of Toronto to reduce the noise produced by this equipment by enacting a maximum threshold of noise. And, you know, this is something that can be done. There is no barrier to do this. I mean, for goodness sake, it's 2016, to paraphrase the Prime Minister. And, you know, this equipment is manufactured. I don't know of any manufacturer in Canada, but I know that it's manufactured in the United States. This equipment has labels on it. I think the limitation is 65 decibels. That's the case in New York City, which comprises 5 boroughs, not just Manhattan. And
We get it. Thank you, Mr. Smith. Yes, your time was. Any other questions?
Point of order, Mr. Chairman, and I do this with all due respect. The issues that seem to be coming up may be issues that the province can only deal with. I'm wondering whether or not I'm right with this analysis and whether or not deputants should understand that there's certain things that are beyond our purview. So if for instance, the motorcycles and the noise for motorcycles, that's a provincial thing. If anybody else wants to come and talk about it, they need to know that perhaps there's nothing that the city can actually do about it, right?
Is Councilmember Leary, that's going to be part of the discussion, part of the debate. We'll be asking questions to city staff, and we'll be making decisions on it. Thank you.
may I just make one last comment?
I'm sorry, I being more than lenient with the timing was only 2 minutes. We're on the.
Thank you very much.
You have another question? Councilor Rivera-Maker, please go ahead.
Through you, Mr. Chair.
Minutes.
I'll sort of focus on the leaf blowers because I'm sure all of us have had a lawn care company come in with 6 husky young people who just fly through that house in 20 minutes, but cause a lot of disturbance. The other municipalities and jurisdictions that have banned them, do you have what their bylaw says, or do they just say they're banned from residential areas?
Well, I have excerpts from Vancouver's noise bylaw, which I'd be happy to send to all members of this committee.
And through you, Mr. Chair, is that section of Vancouver's bylaw in our bylaw, or are we missing?
No, absolutely not.
So you're suggesting
Vancouver's says, if I may read it, subject to subsection A of this section, from and after January 1st, 2003, a person must not operate a leaf blower unless the leaf blower has attached to it a manufacturer's decal certifying that the leaf blower meets Category 1 65 decibel equipment set out in standard ANSI, which is an American standard, B175.2, 2000, published by the Portable Power Equipment Manufacturers Association, and containing the information set out on the form of decal attached to and forming part of this bylaw. Los Angeles has a similar bylaw, and in fact, in parts of West Vancouver, this kind of equipment is banned.
Okay.
And of course, New York has the same kind of restriction.
Mr. Chair, so you wouldn't mind if I grabbed that and photocopied it so that perhaps I could
I'd be
move along?
delighted.
Pardon me?
I'd be delighted.
Okay, great. Thank you. And it sounds so well written. It sounds like it belongs in our bylaw. So we will chat with our staff and ask them questions later. Thank you.
And if I may make a comment about what Councillor Mammoliti said, I think that the City of Toronto, it's quite clear to me that the city has the power to enact this kind of bylaw, because didn't the city propose banning this kind of equipment in 2006? And I remember that quite distinctly, and only when the representatives of the industry from outside the City of Toronto in the 905 area made such a fuss about it, council backed down. And these people don't vote in Toronto, and they don't live in Toronto.
Thank you, Mr. Smith.
Thank you.
We'll get it. Did you ask questions? Okay, sir, Mr. Smith, we have another question from Councilor Mammoliti.
Yeah, I don't want to, I mean, I think I disagree with you with respect to this, but I get where you're coming from.
Yes.
I've got issues with what city council can legally do and what they can't do.
Mm-hmm.
And in circumstances like this, it's great to get councilors at a committee to say,
Mm-hmm.
yeah, we're going to introduce this and we're going to ban leaf blowers and lawnmowers and
Yes.
anything else that makes a noise. At the end of the day, it ends up in court, and the courts overrule what council has decided. And that's the concern that I have. And I hope you can understand, this is a question, where I'm coming from. It's just I don't want to waste everybody's time. I think your arguments can be better placed at the provincial level and not at city council.
Well, I can assure you that I will make this quite clear to the province and to the federal government, but as from where I stand, I think the city has to act, and if the city has to deal with courts, so be it. You have a legal department, and I think it's for the good of the city, for the citizens of Toronto. I think that the environment will be much better. And I think one of the preambles to this revision of the bylaw mentioned something about the betterment, or I can't remember the exact words, but the purport of it is that our quality of life should be better. And that's what I urge you to do, even if it involves going to court.
I'm not voting against banning these things.
But I feel very strongly about this issue.
I'm just asking questions. I only have another 30
Fair
seconds.
enough.
If you've convinced a couple of members, and I think you may have on this committee, to move forward with something like this, then it has much larger ramifications. You're going to hear from the union, for instance, of the City of Toronto, who currently has members collecting leaves for residents in 2 jurisdictions in the City of Toronto. So there's job implications with this as well. You just can't pass any recommendation to ban it without further consultation with the unions, with the City of Toronto, with residents who've had their leaves picked up by the city for years, and they use all of these mechanisms to do it.
I'm not suggesting that it be banned.
Thank you. We are done.
But
any other questions? If not, thank you so much for your presentation.
I'll write you an answer to that.
Yes,
Thank you.
Thanks so much. Next, Deputy Ian Fleet. Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. President, Mr. Chair, committee
go ahead.
members.
3 minutes, please.
Thank you. My name is Ian Flett. I live downtown in Ward 27 at Bay and St. Joseph, and I'd like to commend Councillor Wong Tam and the committee for having initiated this review. It was certainly over time. I am here as a citizen of the city, but I also, as some background, am a municipal lawyer, and I have actually prosecuted noise violations before, so I have some familiarity with this process and what's involved. But my comments, to be clear, are my own comments on my own behalf. My first submission is that I would suggest that the committee defer this, instructing staff to continue its consultation. The reason for that, and I think it comes off of something that we heard from Councillor Mamalidi, is that if there's an appetite for further restriction, that restriction should be studied and brought into context. Ironically, while I'm here to talk about my concerns about construction noise, I think if you read the submission from Build and ResCon, they raise a similar concern because we only had an opportunity to read this zoning bylaw and its structure on Friday, leaving only 1 week. And I, as a municipal lawyer, have heard from other clients who've just only started to read and understand the implications of what I think is very good work, but work that requires a little more completion. That said, if the committee chooses that it is inappropriate to defer this matter at this time, then what I would ask is that it consider the 3 amendments that I have communicated both in a letter on June 19th and also with specific text that was sent out last night. And I base those submissions on my own experience with noise where I live, where there is a great degree of intensification and construction projects that are happening. In March of last year, an excavator began work at 7 o'clock on a Saturday morning, and I later discovered that they had intended to go on for 2 days to work on a Sunday. I called 311 trying to get an enforcement action, and unfortunately was told that there were no inspectors available on the weekend. And so I tried as best I could to bring as much attention to this as I could, and finally resolved to undertake my own prosecution, usually using my skills as a lawyer. It was successful in the sense that the construction company finally decided to make a sizable donation to a charity and apologize directly, taking moral responsibility for the action, and I withdrew the charge as a result of that. But it demonstrated to me what are some of the necessary things both staff and citizens need in this bylaw. And those 3 things are: we need to receive notification when an exemption is being sought in advance of any appeal. It's incumbent, in this sense, it's putting a burden on the councillor's office to communicate with the residents if they're the first to receive notice. Second, identification of the construction company and the owners has to be clear for the purposes of prosecution. And finally, a minor amendment to the definition of approved sound meter, which would allow residents to hire experts to conduct their own prosecutions by having sound meters that would be otherwise the same sound meter the city would use, just not requiring this approval from the executive director. I see my 3 minutes are up, and there you have it.
Yeah, thank you very much for the deputation. And I'm just actually, I was just made aware of your correspondence as you spoke, so I just want to understand with respect to the recommendations that you're putting forward. Number 1 is you're asking for a deferral of this item, and how would you see an expanded consultation process unfold?
It's clear to me that the staff who are in charge of this report did an excellent job of canvassing public opinion and through surveys, being available through telephone. But the problem is that they received all of their input and then made their set of recommendations, and we haven't had a full opportunity to consider the recommended changes. Really, they only came out last Friday, and unless you're right on top of this, there just wasn't enough time. So my hope would be that all of the invested stakeholders would have an opportunity to look at those recommendations and hash it out. I know that Build has specific concerns. Certainly, I, as a resident, have very specific concerns, and I think that if the idea is to try to control noise in more specific ways, that should be studied.
You outlined your own process of documentation and prosecution. You have skills as a municipal lawyer who's familiar with through the process. Is it your opinion that the citizen without these particular legal skills and prosecutory skills, do you think they would be able to achieve the outcome that you achieved? Through
it would be very difficult. It took about 15 to 20 hours of my own time, and it's an arcane old vestige of the common law to be able to do a private prosecution.
And in your opinion, as a resident of the neighborhood, do you believe that the volume of noise emanating from some of the construction sites, that the impact of what we describe as a vibrant mixed-use community. Do you think your opinion is isolated to yourself? Have you spoken to neighbors, perhaps other business operators? Because you not just live in the area, but you also operate a business in the area. How impactful is the noise?
I hear from all of my neighbors. I deal with the Bay Clover Hill Community Association. Many of their members speak to me about noise. And when I made complaints to 311, the operator told me that some of the sites I was complaining about had received many, many other complaints.
And when the complaints are filed, and there's multiple complaints lodged with 311, and they tell you that there are no enforcement officers available on the weekend, or perhaps when the sound is emanating from the construction sites, what is your next recourse? What do you do then?
Practically speaking, there's no other recourse than to try to intervene on your own.
And that intervention?
Thank you. That was the last question.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Thanks so much for your presentation.
Thank you.
And I asked this question, Mr. Chairman, just as an add-on to my other questions, is that your position here today is that you need further consultation before the City Council goes a little crazy and does some things that may not even be legal. That in other words, deferring some of these things, if not all of them, for a little while longer isn't going to hurt anybody.
My impression of what staff is recommending is going from a general prohibition to more specific objective criteria. And I think that's the right way to go because that makes prosecutions far easier for city staff. And it is also it's easier for everybody to understand what the standard is, whether you're a business operator or a resident who's concerned about noise. But if you're going to be putting in specific objective standards, you need to understand how they're going to work, whether it's a question of jurisdiction, as you've raised, or whether there's a technical impediment.
So the other part to the equation is you're aware that the city actually does leaf blowing for certain neighborhoods in the city of Toronto, and it's the union staff here at the city of Toronto that do it. That if we're going to eliminate that noise factor, we may be eliminating those jobs as well.
I wouldn't make that calculation because I think that staff have very wisely exempted quite a few municipal activities from the noise bylaws, and I think that there would be good reason to.
I make that because the report that's in front of us is very clear in terms of a time limit. It's 11 o'clock for the most part. That's what I understand from our staff. But there are councillors here that are thinking about moving a motion now to completely eliminate it. That could have legal ramifications if that were to happen.
It seems to me that there would be a study into what the proper machines are to achieve the goal. It doesn't seem to me that they have to be mutually exclusive.
I would think that we should probably touch base with the representatives that are blowing those leaves for all those thousands of residents actually in some neighborhoods of the City of Toronto before we make any further motions to. I think that's what you're asking for. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
The next deputant is Dr. Tom Wimberger. Followed by Holger Butcher, Lynn Robinson, and Linda Brett. Good morning.
Good morning.
Good to have
Thank you, committee, for allowing me to address you.
Please.
I'm a family physician. I've been in practice for almost 41 years and recently have become the president of a local residents association. The other speakers have already alluded to some of what I'm going to say. I'm going to try to I will précis my presentation, and I can leave you my presentation, what I'd originally written down at the end. As a family physician, there isn't a week that doesn't go by that at least one or two of my patients consult me regarding stress in their lives related to work, long commutes, less personal time, and other personal issues. Their only meaning family interaction and time to relax are the evenings and particularly the weekends. Therefore, I would hope that this committee will also consider making recommendations to City Council to consider banning construction on Saturdays in residential areas for the following reasons. The issues related to disruption of our home lives due to such thing as ongoing noise and traffic from local construction, the extended hours, and particularly the weekends, must be addressed. Such disruption interferes with the sanctity of what should be protected and guaranteed rights of our communities, that being enjoyment of peace and quiet in our neighborhoods. The needs of the community and the residents of the city, in my opinion, outweigh the economic interests of those who would impose inconvenience, stress, and loss of enjoyment of one's home and environment after regular hours. I believe that the committee would agree that the mental and physical health needs of the public outweigh what I believe would only be a slight increase in costs related to the banning of construction on the Saturdays in residential areas. After all, those costs are passed on to the consumers in the end anyway. I would ask the committee to council to consider and accept the recommended change, as untimely sleep deprivation will affect especially the very young, the elderly. By having such disruption, it may affect their behavior and have negative impact on them and their families.
Thank you for your presentation. We have questions from you.
Sorry, sir, have I had 3 minutes? I don't believe.
I'm sorry. Yeah, please go ahead. My apologies.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I would like to address the North Survey. I have criticisms of the process, a used interpretation of it. The methodology to get more public input from a statistical perspective, I don't think that the survey is valid. The survey only had 5,000 respondents out of a city of over greater than 3 million. While the suburban neighborhoods is mostly quiet, as indicated in the study, the survey failed to target those residents in whose areas construction was occurring. In my opinion, if one wishes to have accurate information as to the extent of the impact of ongoing construction noise having on the residents in the immediate neighborhood, one has to target that population. Only once local information is gathered as to the adverse mental health impacts on the lives of the public can one make educated deductions and recommendations as to the appropriate restrictions.
We have some questions from you, and Councilor Chris Wontam, you are the first one. Followed by, oh, you don't? Okay, any questions to the deputant? Councilor Di Veramica, please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And through you, I am trying to keep track of everybody and their deputations. Did you submit a written correspondence as well?
No, I did not. I only found about this meeting 4 days ago.
Okay, I would, through you, Mr. Chair, I would say ask maybe all the deputants coming forward to give us as much written material as possible, because it is very helpful to us. Great, so if you can give that to the clerk, I'll get a copy. But my question through you, Mr. Chair, is at the very beginning, did you say, what was your recommendation to?
I would like to have the committee consider and recommend that banning construction on Saturdays in residential areas.
Sorry, on Saturdays or weekends?
Well, Saturdays, Sunday, and the statutory holidays already have restrictions.
Okay, so through you, Mr. Chair, so you're not saying start at 9 o'clock in the morning so people can sleep in and have a quiet breakfast with their family. You're saying even at 1 o'clock in the afternoon, don't do it. Let them work Monday to Friday, basically.
That's correct.
Okay, great. If you could give that, your written submission to the clerk, that would be very helpful. Thank you.
Who would I give this to? I have a
copy right now.
Copy I can.
One of our clerks will just come and get it from you. Yeah.
Thank you.
Is one more question, Councilor Vice Chair Karijanis.
Good morning, sir, and thank you very much for coming. Sir, if I'm not mistaken, you're suggesting that we ban construction on residential areas?
No, I didn't say that.
On the weekends?
On the weekends, yes.
Okay. I'll give you a scenario. A person wants to change their tiles on their house, and they have a contractor comes in and he uses a jackhammer, and that makes kind of noise. And, you know, the person, he's busy from Monday to Friday. There's nobody at home, so he gets with a contractor and they're doing it on the weekend. Is this something that you might be suggesting we ban?
Well, you know, it's up to City Council. There are obviously considerations of what type of construction. I'm talking about major construction that goes on for weeks and months on end in a residential area. You know, the only time that people have nowadays to relax and spend with their family with some quiet time is the weekend.
Right, but
If you're talking about a one-off, or you're talking about people that are going to be doing construction inside a complex that doesn't make noise, that's not
that's
an
still,
issue.
I mean, when you get a jackhammer trying to get rid of your tiles, that makes a lot of noise. And you will hear it next door.
Well, you may hear it for about half an hour that the construction goes on.
Could be for
It
a
is-
whole day.
Well, obviously, there are mitigating factors. You can have one-offs that allow such a process, or you don't have any restrictions in which large complexes are being built in residential areas where the residents are subjected to the noise week after week, months after month. And that's a significant difference.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Mallo, it's point of privilege? or-
Indeed, indeed. I just wanted to make mention to you and admittedly through you for the public's attention that while everyone has an opportunity to make a deputation about items that they care about, you're only allowed to do it once. And there may be, there's a distinct possibility that that all the emotions and this discussion that we're having now on the noise bylaw there might be a month to consider all of these things, and it might come back to next month. And I'm speaking around what might be coming in a little while when I move and when I speak. So you as the members of the public, you can choose either to speak today, or if you want to hold your place, you can come back next month and speak to it when everything comes back and we consider it a little further. But certainly there have been some very, I think, intelligent and articulate concerns raised today about moving on things today. And perhaps this does need a little more time to more thoroughly consult and do our due diligence with the public.
Thank you, Councillor. So it's just for my own understanding and understanding of the audience, you are kind of hinting that probably you're going to move deferral of it?
That's a fair inference.
Somehow, or referral?
Yeah.
You and I are going to vote the same way.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
We'll continue with the deputations. Thank you, Councillor.
Congratulations. And sorry, on a point of order, Mr. Chair, before we get to the next speaker, I think I take Councillor Matlow's point that, and I want to clarify, I guess, from yourself as chair, I would assume that, I'm very impressed by all the deputations. If in a month or 2 months this came back again, I would assume they all have a right to speak again, because that's what we do. I can't imagine that we would say to, was it Mr. Fleet? Yeah, Mr. Fleet, who just spoke, sorry, you spoke last time, you're not allowed to speak again.
Let's clarify the procedural bylaw in that
Okay,
case.
I will clarify that.
I'm
Thank you.
happy if they can.
Thank you. Is in terms of the procedure by law, every member, and that's points of privilege, every member of council has the right to speak and to be heard, and that applies to the audience as well and to the public. So they do have that right to speak again if they wish to do so, or so that's
I want to
procedure by
clarify,
law.
Mr. Chair, and that's good. So that means all the people have spoken who will speak, if they feel that they would like to speak again to clarify their points, emphasize their points, support or object to other stuff, they can come back and speak again.
Absolutely.
And they may not.
Then if I may, and thank you very much, Councillor DeBermecker, that is an
Okay,
absolute...
Councillor Malo, Councillor DeBermecker, we are getting into a debate now.
No,
We're not. I actually, just on a point of privilege, I just want to...
Point of privilege.
I want to stand corrected, because that is wonderful to hear. I'm glad I misinterpreted the procedural bylaw. Then my point of privilege is simply that if they want to use their time to speak today, or if they want to use either the time that they want to use or more time next month to focus on what we actually come back with, that's their prerogative. But I just really wanted to give them the heads up of what I was doing.
Thank you, Councillor Malo is well said. Point of order.
Two points of order, two.
One at a time, Councillor Mamolieri, your first one.
First point of order is that I did try myself to help the situation with deputations, given the fact that much of this is not our responsibility, and I was ruled out of order. Councillor Matlow's been going on for now 3 minutes on what and directly approaching the deputants and saying this is what he's intending on doing, but he wasn't ruled out of order.
Councilman Malidi, you were not ruled out of order.
Mr. Chairman, while I agree with Councilor Matlon, I'm going to agree to it. I'm also going to help him and help you, because it's just a matter of moving a motion to vary the procedural bylaws so that he can actually move his motion right now. And that would help every single deputant when they come up to say, yes, I've got something to say, and maybe I've got something to say next time as well.
That would be out of order, Councilman Malidi, because the public has every right to be heard and to speak on this
Yes,
item.
no, I'm not,
and we're
I'm
going
not
to
suggesting you cut them out. I'm suggesting the motion.
Your second point of order?
I'm suggesting that the motion be placed now to defer and to allow the deputants to come. They may want to say
Not
something.
going to happen, Councilman Malidi.
I'm just trying to help.
Thank you. Is the next speaker Holger Butcher, followed by Lynn Robinson and Linda Breath. Good morning. Good to have you here.
Thank you. My name is Holger Butcher, and I'm a resident of the Don Mills area, namely Leslie and York Mills. For the last 3 years, I have lived with nothing but construction of monster homes. My point is that, and I'll keep it brief because a lot of things have been pointed out already, so I won't waste the council's time. The issue really comes down to is the times when they start and finish. I've had, as of early as this morning, at 5:30 in the morning, diesel trucks showing up, dropping off materials to the residents that are building this. And just as a point, I have 7 houses, monster homes, being built in my area, like 300 feet from my house. This has been going on now for 3 years. I have tried, with absolutely no response whatsoever, of calling 311, as has my neighbors. There is no enforcement whatsoever. These guys will start sometimes at 6 o'clock in the morning. Not so much in the winter because it gets dark, so they all go home at 5 o'clock, but in the summertime, they're there until 8, 9 o'clock at night. And I'm not talking about some guy doing a little jackhammer work. I'm talking about 7 monster homes that are in my direct backyard. So if I want to sit out in the backyard with my family on a Saturday afternoon in the summertime, I cannot do that because it's nothing but construction. Along with boom boxes that are going, the noise just becomes ridiculous after a time. But after 3 years, I've had it. And it's not ending. In the neighborhood that I'm in, 3 houses now have just been sold, and they're going to be torn down. So I'm looking at another 2, maybe 3 years. This is not what I bargained for. My neighbors are all upset. They have young families. They can't enjoy their backyards on the weekend. So I'm proposing that at least on Saturdays, give us a break. Let the neighbors enjoy their families on a Saturday. I am really not interested in the Builders Association or a contractor trying to make some fast money of tearing down a home and putting up a monster house. The neighborhood has just become redundant as far as that is concerned. I ask that the committee consider the enforcement issue, the times that they do start, and to be candid, I don't have a problem with progress. I think it's great, but let us take into account the neighbors and the people that do have to live in these neighborhoods for a long time to come. I work, my wife works, we come home at 5 o'clock. In the summertime, I want to sit outside and have a meal. I can't do that. I have to go inside because of the noise. And if you do confront these builders, it becomes confrontational, and then sometimes it gets truly confrontational. We've called the police, we have called 311, and with no effect whatsoever. Thank you for your time. If you have any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Butcher. Questions to the deputant? Yes, Councilor De Vermaker, please go ahead.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Chair. And without naming names, what main intersection or part of the city do you live in?
I live at Ballyronan, which is Leslie and York Mills. So between Hurlingham and my house, within 300 feet, I've literally got 7 monster homes going up at this time, and that's been going on for 2 years.
And I can't remember the time that you said some of them are starting?
5:30 this morning, I had a guy backing up, beep, 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 dropping off construction stuff, and then a cement truck showing up. You know, and boom boxes going all the time. I mean, I'm in a house and 300 feet away, I'm in my office. I can't work comfortably because during the day I'm listening to boom boxes. I mean, really? You know, I mean, there's no consideration for the neighborhood anymore. It's not right.
Okay, great. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Councilor Mamolidi, you're next.
I don't disagree with you at all with respect to noise that early in the morning. It's absolutely ridiculous. I don't disagree with noise after 11 or 12 o'clock in some neighborhoods, some particular noise anyway. But what we're going to hear later is that it's unenforceable. Like, you know, 5:30 in the morning, when you get the beep, beep, beeping, you don't have a number to call for somebody to give them a ticket, right?
Right.
So anybody who's pushing this has to recognize that our staff are going to be saying we need more employees to be able to enforce
That's why I'm
all of
looking to
this.
you, Councillor, to help.
Well, great, but I'm not in a position to increase property taxes because we're gonna be hiring another 200 or 300 enforcement
Is
officers.
there not a compromise somewhere here?
I don't know. I think this should be deferred to staff. I think Councillor Matlow's right. I think we need to refer it off and get some common sense here, because if we proceed with what I think might happen here, it's not going to be good for anybody.
I don't disagree with that, but all that I'm asking for is, look, at least on a Saturday, give the residents some break here. We all work.
Honestly, I don't disagree with you. I hope there's a solution found.
Because I don't see construction going on in the city, if it's city workers, on the weekend, on the highways or anything like that. So what is the difference?
And also keep in mind that when our enforcement officers go out at 5:30 in the morning, if they do, it's time and a half. regular time.
I don't realize that, but how about during the
Very
day?
expensive to the taxpayer, that's all. But I get what you're saying, and I understand it, and hopefully there's a resolution for that kind of thing.
I'd like to think there is.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions? If not, thanks so much for your presentation. We'll move to the next deputants, and we have Lynn Robinson and Martin Milstad. Good morning. Are you going to make a joint presentation or individually?
Will be individual and will be
Individually.
under 6
So you
minutes
have
in
up to,
total.
both of you up to 6 minutes?
Yes,
In 3.
we'll manage.
Please go ahead.
Thank you for allowing us to present to this committee. My name is Lynn Robinson. I'm the chair of the Toronto Island Noise Committee. I've been involved in noise enforcement for the last 20 years. The Toronto Harbour is one of the noisiest areas in the city. We've got loud outdoor concerts. We have concerts in the park. We have tour boats. And we have, over the last 20 years, worked intensively with our councillors and with municipal licensing and standards to achieve a reasonable soundscape in the harbour. There are tens of thousands of people living in Toronto Harbour. They're all affected by the 400 outdoor concerts each year. And we've also worked with other harbour residential associations to try to obtain a good soundscape. So we have probably the richest experience in the city of any residents group with noise enforcement. In our opinion, the changes to this bylaw that are being recommended are, we have extremely serious concerns. The word disastrous comes to me, and we do not support the changes that, as they apply to acoustical systems and loudspeakers. We've prepared in some haste some material, which you should have. And Mr. Middlestat, who is on, Martin Middlestat here, who is on our committee, is going to give a précis of that material, and I will make some concluding remarks.
Thank you. Our frustration with the existing framework is not that the changes are needed in the bylaw, but that there are too few inspectors, leading to a regulatory culture that allows far too much leeway to noise polluters at the expense of residents. We urge the committee to reject the staff proposals as they pertain to amplified noise from loudspeakers. We believe the likely to disturb language combined with the other existing provisions give Toronto some of the strongest noise protection rules in North America. What the rules mean, at least in theory, is that you can't be disturbed in your own home at all hours of the day and night by those creating extreme levels of noise. The staff proposals are a reversion to an outmoded and unmanageable view of noise enforcement that was phased out in Toronto in 2001, as you can see from the Pam McConnell letter that we attached to our written submission. Worse, the staff proposal, far from creating a better balance, tilts the regulatory framework far in favor of noise polluters, who after all are trying to make a profit by forcing nearby residents to bear some of the costs of their business activity. Although the staff report talks about economic spin-offs from allowing more noise from amplified systems, it's worth keeping in mind that their proposals will undermine the very quality of life that attracts people to live in the city in the first place. The proposals, if adopted, will be a disaster for the tens of thousands of people who have the misfortune of living near amplified noise sources. The current rules on loudspeakers are clear and easy to enforce. They say that if anyone, the MLS or a resident, can hear amplified noise from loudspeakers beyond the property line, it's an offense. It's simple, it's brilliant, and staff are at least recommending now to throw it out. Under the staff proposal, residents would have to be disturbed inside their home at 85 dBA or 105 dBc during the day as measured by a bylaw officer, if you can get one, that is. The 85 decibel level, it's worth mentioning, is an occupational safety threshold for preventing permanent hearing loss, which means staff are recommending that you permit polluters to be allowed to disturb residents almost to the point where they would have to wear hearing protection devices in their own homes to prevent deafness. The decibel threshold is obviously far too lax. We presented material with our written submission showing that even 60 decibels of noise leads to increased, higher mortality risk, higher heart attack risk rate, and that sort of thing. You can look at it at your leisure, as well as the Toronto Chief Medical Officer of Health report from 2000 on noise. There are a few things in the regulations or the proposals we think are worthwhile. It's the taking into account low frequency or base noise from speakers, and a welcome addition is also the section defining penalties. However, it would be a mistake to replace all of the subjective clauses with measurements. For one thing, the staff recommendations are clearly saying that residents will be allowed to be disturbed by noise, but no action will be taken until the loudness approaches hearing loss levels, and we think that's outrageous. Given the laxness of the proposals, we think the chance of a successful charge against those creating high levels of noise will be remote. There are various things that others have mentioned about the difficulty of calling 311 and getting anyone to help you. It's often a lost cause. It's also, if the venue is not noisy at the time the officer is there, no evidence can be gathered. Furthermore, under these new proposals, evidence of non-compliance must be gathered somehow. Under the current bylaw, residents may present evidence. The proposed changes that insist on noise measurements by city bylaw officers are surely one of the most costly ways to gather evidence and will be a financial strain on the city. Thank you.
And I have some concluding remarks.
Thank you. You have 20 more seconds. Please go ahead.
Noise is a health issue. It's not an annoyance issue. It can affect your longevity, let alone destroy your hearing. The levels recommended in the bylaw are at the level of destruction of hearing. You can be pounded at all day, every day, according to the proposal, up to 85 decibels in your own home. This could happen at Don Mills and Leslie. It could happen in condos downtown. All you need is a bad neighbor. They're unsupportable, and we ask that the committee send this proposal back for a better proposal.
Any questions? If not, is Ms. Robinson, Mr. Middlestad, thank you so much for your presentation. Much appreciated. Next speaker, Linda Brett, followed by Stephanie Cass and Peter Gross.
Good morning, committee. Thank you for the chance to speak to you. I do not have a letter before you. I signed up to speak at 4 o'clock yesterday afternoon when I found out many of my contemporaries were unable to attend today, although I am tagging on a lot to the letter submitted by Catherine A. Holden. I am the president of the Bloor Street East Neighborhood Association, which has numerous noise issues, and we do represent condominiums and businesses. And I also work a lot with our businesses that are within our neighborhood association, because we don't have a BIA, in communications to residents with respect to noise issues that they are going to be projecting out to us. So I kind of have both sides of the fence in my bailiwick. One of the areas that is in both Mr. Flett's letter and Ms. Holden's letter relates to notifications, and that's a huge issue in our area's notifications. And we note, and we do look at the deficiency that the onus becomes onto the councillor's office to provide notification. And looking at the volume into my two ward councillors, Ward 28 and Ward 27, it's an onerous responsibility on their offices to get out to the residents all of the issues. And so Ms. Holden's letter refers to getting specific notices of when noise is happening. I guess we should say we recognize that businesses need to produce noise and construction and what have you, and within permitted hours, et cetera. But we as residents would like to know when we're going to be affected. We want to know. He spoke Saturday afternoon. Well, if I knew 2 weeks ahead of time that someone was going to make some major noise next door to me, I could plan my life accordingly. Those are the things that we are fighting for within our community. And we have a ton of noise issues in my neighborhood right now. Some of the issues we'd like to see is notification to everyone. I would like to see that this code not mirror Municipal Code 594 relating to the sign notifications, which specifically the notice may be served on the condominium corporation, not the residents within the condominium corporation. So we would like to see how that type of notification can go out. We understand a lot of the issues, including the city issuing permits, where a permit may be issued on Thursday and the work starts on the work is Saturday. That is a city internal problem of it generating notices, et cetera. There are compliance issues we've talked about and noise issues, and I'm almost out of time. I would like to look at a concept perhaps for the building industry is to perhaps look at a regulatory framework within themselves to try and sort out all of the issues relative to communities.
Questions?
No questions? Okay.
Thank you for your presentation. And let's keep on moving. Stephanie Kass, followed by Peter Gross, Paul Scribner. Do we have Stephanie Kass? Okay. Peter Gross. Peter Gross. Paul Scribner. Good morning.
Good morning, councillors. My name is...
I'm sorry, just for clarification, are you making a joint presentation or...
We'll make a joint one and we'll make it short.
Okay, so it's altogether we have up to 6 minutes.
Thank you.
Please go ahead.
Good morning, councillors. My name is Paul Scrivener and I'm the Director of External Relations for the Toronto Industry Network. And joining me today is Nicholas Sylvester Williams, and he is the principal for Air Acoustics, which is an engineering firm that specializes in noise issues. And first of all, we commend staff's work on this, on revising the bylaw. As they said, it's been long overdue. It's been a pleasure to work with staff. And we generally support the changes that are proposed that affect manufacturing in Toronto. There is one thing that we would like to have changed, and that is a clause that is embedded in the bylaw, and it's contained in a letter that we sent to the committee, that essentially says that when approval includes an agreement for noise mitigation, and that refers to NPC 300, which is the provincial legislation which governs the generation of noise by manufacturers. And I've asked Nicholas if he could just speak specifically to that and give the councillors a bit of background.
Yes. Industries in Ontario are regulated by the province. The old noise laws we had in the province and the noise guidelines were written in and around the mid-90s. In 2009, the province undertook a rather comprehensive review of the noise guidelines, and they issued the new noise guidelines, NPC 300, in and around 2013. That's what all the industries have to follow now. So all industries in Ontario, when they're operating, actually need an environmental certificate of approval. They have to get that, and as part of that, if they're within certain proximity of residences, they're required to have an acoustic assessment done. So all industries are governed in Ontario under these noise guidelines at the moment. That's all I wanted to address.
And also, councillors, we would ask that a definition of NPC 300 be included in the definitions section of the bylaw. That would be helpful. And whether this is approved, recommendation to approved goes forward today, or whether it's deferred, we're fine with either. The only thing is, if it's deferred and the bylaw has some revisions made to it, we would like to be able to see those revisions before in advance of just a week before the committee happens. You know, in other words, like a little bit of consultation. That would be helpful, because it is a fairly complex technical issue, and we want to be as supportive as possible. And thank you very much, and we're happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. To the point, yeah, is Councillor De Vera-Minken, please go ahead.
Sorry, and I know you have I think you have a written submission in.
Yeah, we have a letter into the committee.
I think the one gentleman was talking about the noise. What's the decibel level that you are currently regulated under?
Industries in Ontario are required to meet 50 dBA at points of reception during the day.
And that's maybe my window, or is it a property line?
It is generally to your window or within a proximity of your property line.
So if you're, I'll call it, if your business is a factory or whatever it may be, or an industrial unit, the noise that you're permitted to emit out of your building is at 50 decibels, say at the property line in general?
That's correct. 50 during the day, 45 at night.
So, and that's pretty, again, I just went over and they have a little meter over there. I don't know what the number's at right now, but 50 is pretty quiet. Would you say that like the volume of our voices right now is about 50 decibels?
I don't want to confuse the sound from a factory with the sound of speaking. We're probably louder, but it's very different.
Yes. Okay, great. Okay, thank you.
No problem.
Thank you. Any other questions? If not, thank you for your presentation.
Thank you.
We'll keep on moving to Tracy Jenkins, Vasilios Krenis, and followed by Liz Guerrier. If you're kind enough to state your names, please.
Pardon me?
If you're kind enough to state your names, please.
I'm Tracy Jenkins.
Okay.
Vasilios Krenis.
Thank you.
We didn't know we'd have.
Please go ahead.
We didn't know we'd have the opportunity to speak together, so I'll just. Okay. I represent Lula Music and Arts Centre, the music presenter at the venue Lula Lounge, which is on Dundas Street West. I also work with the Dundas West BIA. At Lula, we present primarily jazz, Latin, Brazilian, and world music. With the support of the Toronto Arts Council, the Ontario Arts Council, Heritage Canada, and the Ministry of Tourism, we partner with businesses and area residents to supplement our year-round programming with a festival every spring. And we also do a lot of educational programming for high school students. We've been working with the city for many years to support culture and develop our neighborhood in West End Toronto. We're founding members of the BIA and contributed to many volunteer hours to beautify our streets and build the reputation of our neighborhood as a vibrant center for music and other arts. Our BIA's original visioning study, funded by the city's Economic Development Department, consulted with community stakeholders, including residents, who identified music and diversity of culture as characteristics that distinguish and enrich our neighborhood. We also worked with the city to commission avenue study plans for our neighborhood to encourage density and attract residents and visitors to our area, which continues to have music and arts as a focus. We're confident that the identification of our neighborhood as one rich in musical culture has aided in its development. For example, the new condo complex at our nearest corner has images of musicians and our logo in their advertising. We've frequently seen real estate listings that boast that the properties are close to our venue. We've never had problems with noise violations and have always taken an approach of working with our neighbors when there is any kind of concern about our business. The owners and most managers of the venue are also residents of the area, living within a couple of blocks of where we work. We recognize the need for objective limits on noise leakage from venues, but we're concerned that the 45 dBA target is above the background noise on our busy street and may make it difficult for us to comply. We urge you to take some time to ensure that the proposed decibel limits are realistic and take into account factors that might affect the readings, such as humidity. We also believe that there should be some allowance for established historical venues that pre-existed new developments in close proximity. Someone buying a condo on a busy street next to an established music venue, restaurant, or nightclub should be prepared to accept some reasonable level of noise. There needs to be recognition of the contribution of existing venues to the cultural life and economy of the city. Our concern is that bylaws that have unrealistic dBA limits, high fines, and no appeal process may put responsible venue operators in an antagonistic relationship with the city. Up until now, Lula has been able to see itself as cooperating with the municipal government to contribute to the quality of life that Toronto offers. We urge the city to ensure that the bylaws are balanced, realistic, and recognize the importance of music to the economic and cultural life of Toronto.
And I'd like to just take that a little bit further and thank the committee, MLS, and Toronto City Council, especially Mike Tanner, for the public consultations held with the music industry on these points. At those consultations, a number of formal recommendations were put together. A few of them, a small fraction, made their way to the back page of Amendment or Attachment 1 to this bylaw 591. I'd like to just highlight one of the recommendations that came about in that public consultation. It was the agent of change principle, and it says that it should be adopted as an important concept to protect music venues, both indoor and outdoor, from development and gentrification, especially heritage properties and other special use properties such as entertainment establishments and concert halls. Under the agent of change principle, if a music venue is in place before a residential or commercial building, the building would be responsible for paying for any soundproofing. Likewise, if a new music venue opens in a residential area, the venue would be responsible for those costs. With us at Lula Lounge, our neighborhood is undergoing serious gentrification at the moment. As Tracy mentioned, we have condos beginning to pop up, and they're selling their product using our product, saying, move into our neighborhood. This is a live, vibrant neighborhood. You'll enjoy it when you move here. We've already started running into situations with new tenants moving in, complaining about the noise when they move right next to an already established music venue that's been there for almost 15 years. So we think it's important that consideration of basically we were here first is considered, and perhaps that gets considered in the bylaw. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? If not, thank you for your presentation, and yes, the Lula Lounge, one of the best places in the city of Toronto.
Thank you.
To have you here. Have a wonderful day. We'll continue with Liz Guerrier, Andreas Kalogianidis, and Spencer Sutherland. Good morning.
Hello, thank you very much. My name is Liz Guerrier. I am an owner of a small local pub in Hillcrest Village, BIA. We have live music there, one, sometimes two, used to be more nights a week. We have a neighborhood that is a residential neighborhood, but increasing vitality on the main street. And I just want to speak to, I feel a little bit like I'm in an unpopular position here right now, because many of the people who are speaking up are upset about being disturbed in their homes by the sounds around them. And not that I want to disturb anybody, but I think that what I've experienced as owner of a venue that produces live music and has had to deal with the MLS people and a complaint against me about noise is that the process as it exists at the moment does not have a dispute resolution mechanism built into it, and has been such that one person complaining can open a file on my establishment and create serious limitations to my ability to conduct my business. And I encourage any revision of this bylaw to include a process that has better dispute resolution mechanisms, and where there's consideration perhaps for more than one response, because people will complain about things, but they're not going to come out, they don't have a mechanism to support it. So where one person might have complained about the music emanating from my venue, there's many, many people who appreciate what I do. And they're not calling up and saying, hey, Dave's is doing a great job. So there isn't really that kind of opportunity. And I think that the city is considering wanting to be a music city and promote the production of music within our town as part of what makes it an exciting place to be. Well, there needs to be then some valuing of what's happening, and an opportunity for small places like me to provide those venues for musicians who are up and coming and learning and getting experience performing to be able to perform. So we need music in small venues in our residential neighborhoods. That improves the quality of life. And if the bylaws are such that they significantly impede upon my ability to provide that space for that happening, we are excluding that from being able to be part of our vibrant city. So the decibel levels, I think, as the previous speaker mentioned, are of great concern to me, because they are very low and don't provide an opportunity for music to take place in many of the times.
Thank you. Questions? Councilor De Piramaker, please go ahead.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Chair, and thank you very much for coming today. I don't know if you have put in a written submission.
I haven't at this point. No, I actually learned about this last night. So.
Okay, if you could later, that would be very helpful to all of us. Are you Dave's on St. Clair?
I am, yes.
Okay, great. So how often would you have people outdoor, jazz groups or musicians out on a patio, or they?
Nothing outside. It all happens inside. I do have a sidewalk patio, and the front doors of my restaurant are open to the patio in the summertime.
So I'll say, I think you said you got at least one complaint, at least by one person.
That's correct.
Was it about your fan, or about deliveries?
It was about music.
The music, because it spilled out from your doors, across the street, up the street, and somebody said, it's bothering me.
Presumably, yes. I didn't get many details, but I will add that I've always closed my doors at 11 o'clock sharp,
Okay.
and am extremely respectful to the fact that there are people who live in my neighborhood.
Okay, so even if you had your doors open at 2 in the afternoon, I guess if somebody's on a shift and they're sleeping at their house, you could see how they might be upset.
Sure.
Or if their baby is sleeping.
Sure, as when I'm trying to sleep after working until 3 in the morning, I'm upset when there's noise at noon.
And exactly, so you're upset at noise at noon because you're trying to sleep. They might be might be the same time.
I'm
So I
upset,
guess-
however, I respect that I live in a city with people and neighbors, and I appreciate that there's all different things happening at once.
And I think you're emphasizing the point for us that somehow we have to balance the vibrancy of a local business with the ability for people to take naps and their kids to be able to take naps. We've got to figure that out.
Absolutely, but I want to emphasize that this isn't just about my business. This isn't about making money. I'm also a musician, and I think that it's really important for any society to have art and culture and music. And I think that if all of these kinds of regulations prohibit that from happening, it would be a huge loss.
Thank you.
Great, thank you.
Any other questions? If not, I have one question. Ms. Guerrier, and what's the name of the BIA on St. Clair?
I'm in the Hillcrest Village BIA,
Oh,
which I
Hillcrest,
will say
okay.
I'm also the chair of, but I'm not representing them
Yeah.
here.
Do you own the building?
I do not own the building, no.
How many units, residential units, are above the
One.
one? Is that a restaurant or a bar that you have?
I have a restaurant.
A restaurant. So there's only one residential unit above.
That's correct, and that's not where the noise complaint emanated from.
Oh, I see. Do you know if the building has been retrofitted in terms of noise insulation, whatever else in the past?
Not significantly, no.
Oh, yeah. Thank you. The next speaker is Andreas Kalogianidis. Sorry if I mispronounced your last name.
That was pretty good.
And followed by Spencer Sutherland.
So good morning, committee. My name is Andreas Kalogianidis. I am a business and entertainment lawyer here in the city. And I'm here today to speak to you and thank you for the opportunity to address you this morning on behalf of the Toronto Music Industry Advisory Council. I am co-chair, along with Councillor Thompson, of the Advisory Council. The shorthand is TMAC. So TMAC is the group of mostly private industry, music industry stakeholders and a few councillors that is providing recommendations to City Council and the Mayor's office on how to strengthen the music sector in Toronto, create jobs, and ensure the long-term viability of the sector. So TMAC was convened in 2013 by City Council. It is housed within the Economic Development and Culture Committee here at the city. And I'm here today to speak to you about some of the context behind which that is important on this issue. And I would like the committee to address these proposed recommendations in light of the fact that the city of Toronto has identified music as an important area economically and culturally, and that's important to consider. So I'd like to read some of the terms of reference to give you an idea of some of the context and the purpose behind the Toronto Music Council. So a couple of the things that we were convened to do is to ensure the health, competitiveness, and viability of the Toronto music sector, to achieve long-term sustainable economic growth and job creation, and to facilitate signature music and cultural events in the city. And so I would submit to you that the City of Toronto and the councillors have identified these as important priorities. And the noise issue is central to TMAC accomplishing its goals and to meeting these priorities. I mean, noise is the stock and trade of music. I mean, it is sound, of course. It is not noise. It is organized noise. But that's what music is. That's what recorded music is. That's what live music is. And so to give effect to the wishes of council in creating TMAC and in prioritizing music sector development, it is important to recognize the centrality of how important the noise issue is and how achieving that balance between residents and the music industry's need for growth and economic development is important. And the last thing I'd like to mention is TMAC is now creating a Toronto music strategy. This is a blueprint document that will inform the growth of Toronto music's sector in the city over the next 4 to 5 to 6 years. This music strategy is currently in development. It will be passed through the Economic Development Committee and approved by City Council in Q1 of this year. Now, in that strategy identifies 6 strategic areas of focus.
Thank you, Mr. Kalogian. Any questions? If not, I'm going to ask, okay. We have a question.
it's also the hard 3 minutes.
One time, please go ahead.
Yeah, I'll just keep my questions very brief. I recognize the objectives of TMAC, and I know that there's big ambitions coming out of TMAC, and certainly the ambitions to create what we are going to call Music City. Do you believe that the objective of creating Music City, can that coexist in mixed residential neighborhoods?
I believe it can, and I believe the way we achieve that balance is through discussions like these. I think in creating a Music City, we're not trying to have live events all the time and that are disruptive and that don't maintain that balance. But I think the balance is most certainly achievable, and I think the lens through which to view these issues is a mix of the cultural and the economic lens, and so I think that balance is certainly achievable.
And how will that balance be achieved?
I think my colleague Spencer Sutherland, who is on TMAC and also the chair of the Queen West BIA, can speak to some specific recommendations on the noise bylaw issue. But I think in a large part, that's going to involve TMAC representing the interests of private music industry stakeholders, liaising with the city, with city councilors and various city departments in addressing some of the bylaws and regulations that need to be addressed.
That was a very dense answer. I was trying very hard to extract the answer to my question. I may have to speak to you offline to get further clarification, but I guess what I'm really interested in is the objective to create the Music City is to foster live performances and music-infused entertainment. Is that not correct?
I think that's part of it. Like I was getting to before I was cut off by time, in the music strategy, we've identified 6 areas of focus. Live is certainly an important part of it, but by no means is it the entirety of the strategy. It's really about creating a city and an environment and an economy that recognizes the value of music economically and culturally, and achieves that balance. So by no means is it certainly live focused.
Is there a focus with...
That was the last question.
Yeah, oh, that was the last question? Okay, thank you.
Is any other questions? If not, Mr. Kaloginides, I have one question. You were mentioning about 6 points. Can you please elaborate on those? That was during your presentation.
Absolutely. I'll just pull them up for you if you want. So these 6 points, the 6 strategic areas of focus in the strategy document are to support an environment friendly to music creators, to encourage the business of music in Toronto, which involves addressing bylaws and regulations, and that's a part of that, supporting music education, promoting Toronto's music sector locally and internationally, fostering alliances with other music cities around the world, and implementing a process for monitoring this progress and measuring this success. So as you can see, the strategy that TMAC is putting forward, and that will hopefully be approved by City Council in a couple of months, is a lot wider than noise and live music. Live is certainly a part of that, but it's more about creating an environment that is friendly and that is welcoming from an economic and cultural perspective to the music and cultural industries.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions? If not, thanks so much for your presentation.
Thank you.
Spencer Sutherland. And that's going to be followed by Saif Shaikh and Lisa Zbigniew. Sorry about that. Please go ahead.
Good morning. I'm Spencer Sutherland, member of the Toronto Music Advisory Council since its inception as leader of business development for an industry worth over $700 million annually to the City of Toronto and the 4th largest in North America. I'm also a board member of Tavia for the past 4 years and represent the Queen Street West BIA for over 6 years. I speak here today with the endorsement of all 3 organizations. My focus with TMAC and TABI is to improve the vitality of business of music in Toronto. A substantial part of that involves removing barriers to success. I'm here today to speak on the proposed changes to the noise bylaws. I was one of the principal contributors on the formal submission to TMAC, and I'm well versed on the technical details of noise and its effect on the vitality of small businesses in Toronto. Having reviewed the report, I applaud the progress towards making the bylaws more objective and appreciate the consideration they have given to outdoor events and festivals. However, some key components of this report require further detail. Our first major concern is that the term point of reception is not clearly defined. We believe it is in the best interest of both residents and businesses to clearly define this term. For example, we're told that it is intended for most noise measurements to be taken inside, but in some cases they might be taken outside. If that's the case, it might be necessary to have 2 different decibel limits because 45 decibels as the nighttime limit is actually below the ambient noise level throughout most of the city, and therefore it would be impossible for businesses to comply with that, and it would be equally impossible for bylaw officers to enforce that. Having a reasonable standard that reflects indoor conditions and outdoor conditions, we think would be the solution to that. Our second major concern is regarding the exponential fine increases, which amount to over $100,000 per day, plus $25,000 per director of a corporation. This is an increase of more than 20 times the current fines, and we believe this would be a serious detriment to any small business. We understand it is not the intention of MLS to enforce these maximum fines, but an increase of this magnitude is likely to be interpreted by the media and public as a contradiction against Council's Music City initiative, and therefore we have some concern about those maximum levels, but we do not object to a reasonable increase. We also have 2 recommendations that were included in a formal submission. The first recommendation is that it might be worthwhile to distinguish pure residential from mixed-use properties and apply appropriate noise levels for each. This would serve to balance the interests of residents and businesses to provide a greater level of protection to many residents, while at the same time to honor the interest of businesses in lively neighborhoods. And ideally, that would take into account the agent of change principle. Our second recommendation is that it might be necessary to distinguish temporary sources of noise from stationary sources of noise, such as a legally operating entertainment venue, which contributes substantially to the economic vitality of commercial retail streets. The current report empowers bylaw officers to issue charges on the spot.
Please wrap up.
Thank you. Which may be necessary for temporary noise, but perhaps not to stationary noise. And lastly, I'd just like to say that I would like to keep in mind that we're living in an age of online retail. Main Street business is down 70% in the last 15 years, and our neighborhoods rely now more than ever on the social experiences provided by restaurants, bars, and music venues in order to maintain a vibrant and viable city.
Thank you, Mr. Sutherland. Councillor Marlowe has a question for you. Councillor Marlowe? I'm sorry, Councillor Wantam first.
Thank you very much. You were describing barriers to success for the industry, but you were also describing concerns about enforcement and fine escalations. If the businesses were following the rules, they wouldn't have to be so concerned about enforcement, investigations, or prosecution or fines. Wouldn't you agree?
Some rules can be very difficult to follow, and implementing a noise level that is below the ambient level already existing in the neighborhood, that would be an example of a bylaw which would not be possible for an industry to follow. Also, we'd like to point out that many of the music venues that have real heritage value exist in older buildings, and in many cases protected by heritage, and therefore it's difficult for them to implement some noise mitigation measures. But what we would like to do as the Toronto Music Advisory Council is to help implement a dispute resolution process, which right now does not exist, and we believe that that would help to mitigate the concerns of residents, and also to work with businesses to find real solutions to problems that don't necessarily have to involve high legal fines and penalties.
Would we need the dispute resolution process if businesses simply follow the rules? The rules have to be applied to everyone equally?
Rules certainly need to exist, and if a business is outside of those rules, they need to be aware of that, and that's one of the reasons that these objective standards are necessary. The previous bylaws, it was difficult to know whether a business was operating legally or not. Now, the effort of this report is to make those noise limits much more detailed so that a business may really know if they're causing a problem or not. And at that point, we would like to help to work with them to solve the problem.
Just a final question. For businesses that are operating patios and rooftop terraces that are amplifying sound through speaker systems past 11 o'clock, the rule is that the noise has to be turned off by 11, but they know the rules, but they don't follow the rules. What should we do with those members of your committee?
Certainly, it is, if specific rules such as that are being broken, then action must be taken. We're not suggesting the bylaw officers do not attend. Of course, the bylaw officers should absolutely attend, should absolutely take measurements. We're just simply saying that before it escalates to the level of serious fines, that they be given some opportunity for the Toronto Music Advisory Council that could help that business to share best practices from their neighbors, from other businesses, to help solve that problem.
Thank you. Councilor Marlowe?
Well, I completely support the concept of conflict resolution and finding ways to arrive at that. With all due respect, I heard two conflicting messages from you, and I just wanted to clarify what you're actually saying. You just told my colleague, Councillor Wong Tam, that in no way are you suggesting that there shouldn't be action by the city when a business breaks the bylaw, breaks the rules, and that they shouldn't go and enforce. Only moments before, though, you said that it is impossible for those businesses to adhere to the rules. So would you not respect the concept that if you want to change the rules, you should work from within and advocate as you are today to see that the rules are reasonable and appropriate and support everyone who plays under them? But do you really think it's reasonable to suggest that it's impossible to keep to the rules that are there, that somehow if somebody just, finds it impossible not to steal a candy bar from a store, then they should just be able to do it? Or, you know what I mean? Like, it seemed like a weak argument, and I say that with respect, but I
think I do, but when I referred to the impossible to comply, I was referring specifically to the proposed limit of 45 decibels being beneath the current ambient level of the city, and that was the reason why it would not be possible to comply with that condition, and that's why I'm advocating.
Why is it not possible? Because somebody has to make that noise in the first place. So would they not simply not make that noise?
No, noise is a little more complicated than that, and in fact, there is really no such thing as an absence of noise. What I'm saying is that the ambient level of noise at nighttime in the city is above 45 decibels without music venues, without any music on. That's just the ambient. If you take the decibel reading at night outside, you will get a reading above 45.
So you're saying that the city's bylaw just doesn't make sense at all?
I'm saying that number needs a little more consideration. That's all.
Okay, I'll look into that.
Councilor Mamolidi, you're next.
What's louder, an ambulance or a leaf blower?
Again, those are two very different types of noise, but both of those are well above the sort of limits that we're looking at today. We do want to help to negotiate, to find the right limits.
Right.
And in our formal submission, we did propose a table of limits, which was taken from many progressive cities around the world that
I would venture to say that in the downtown part of the city where it seems to be an issue here, a fire truck is a lot louder than somebody cutting their grass.
Substantially so.
I would say that an ambulance in that echo that everybody's talking about is a lot louder than someone cutting their grass.
To save lives.
My point is, you just can't pick on one particular noise and say that everything else is fine. Right?
Yeah.
What was
Do you agree with me on that or no?
I do, and in
No,
fact...
I mean, you're laughing, but at the end of the day, the next step is that you're going to ask the ambulance drivers to turn off their sirens. Because there's a lot more of that happening in the downtown core than someone cutting their grass.
But lives are at risk.
So what's the
I'm
question
asking
through
questions,
the chair, Councilor
Matlow in his
Mamoulides?
wisdom
What's
is
the question?
debating me, when in reality, maybe we should do a count of how many noises there actually are in the downtown part of the city, and how much the city of Toronto contributes to those noises.
Question.
So a homeowner who's cutting their grass or a leaf blower is being told he's not allowed or she's not allowed to do that anymore, but the city of Toronto is going to be left alone with all their noises.
It is certainly true that in this report, there are regulations applied to amplified noise that do not apply in other industries such as construction. While that is in some ways unfair to the music industry, we do acknowledge that some degree of that is necessary, but we just want to try to find the right balance.
Okay, so
thank you, Mr.
Right,
Sutherland.
right
That was the last
balance.
question.
Oh, I'm sorry, 2 minutes here.
Thank you.
Sorry about that.
Any other questions? If not, thanks so much for your presentation. With this, we have completed the list of registered deputants, but we have a couple more. That's it's Saif Sheikh, followed by Lisa Zbidniu. Saif Sheikh. I'll move to the next one, Lisa Zbidniu. Thank you. Vice Chair, can you take the chair, please?
Thank you, everybody. My name is Lisa Zbitnu. I'm one of the owners of the Phoenix Concert Theater in your ward. We bought the venue in October of 2014. We can proudly say that we've operated with over 250 concerts in that time period, over 119 in 2015 alone. Obviously, a big economic driver in the neighborhood, certainly a supporter of the community. We also have invested seriously in recognizing that we do need to support the community in a number of ways, including noise abatement. When we took over the venue, and we do have a lot of experience in operating venues elsewhere, including Sound Academy, which did a lot to work on mitigating noise with the Toronto Island. We employed acoustic engineers. We brought in a new sound system. We dealt with sound baffling. We have security people throughout the course of an event with decibel meters to ensure that we are following all the rules. So contrary to some of the opinion here today, we are not all polluters or felons. We're good business people trying to do our best to make sure that we're providing a helpful and positive experience to the community and our patrons. A few things I do want to point out that I think are important. Of those 250 events, we received one noise complaint that, given everything that we've done, we were in complete shock. It was hand-delivered by two members of the MLNS who were not designated to the area, and they weren't designated to the area because they're simply overtaxed and there's not enough people. So when I followed up with a phone call, I was told that they couldn't tell me who made the complaint, which is fine, but I'm now on file. The complainant couldn't tell me which event of 250 events. And the follow-up was they weren't quite sure if it was amplified noise or people noise. And of course, our biggest issue at this point is, since the smoking bylaw, we have to send people closer to the sidewalk, 9 meters out. And most people can't really tell the difference between people noise and amplified noise when they're on the 11th floor of an apartment building down the street. They just hear noise. So, of course, my suggestion was, can I please be put directly in touch with this person? Because I'm happy to mitigate to the extent that we did with the Toronto Island at Sound Academy, where we actually had decibel readers available and a direct access to the owners and operators of the venue to say, to call and say, it's too loud, at which point we have limiters in the room controlled by us, and we will turn it down. And given all that, we are still in a position.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your deputation.
You're
Any
welcome.
questions of the deputant, please?
It appears everyone's left. So.
Okay. Thank you very much. Questions of staff?
Chairman,
Um,
trying to,
Point of order?
I don't know if this would be the appropriate time to do it or after questions, but I take it that we need to leave by 4 today, and we've got 3 other pretty heavy-duty items. I don't want this to go into a 2-day, so we have options. We could work through lunch, or I'd like to hear, if possible, given that I just spoke to Councillor DeBearmaker, the wildlife. I don't think anybody's speaking on the wildlife issue. And I'd ask us to consider moving things ahead of the others.
What are you suggesting?
Given the
Are you
dealings
suggesting that we
we've-
move wildlife to the end?
Just kind of pointing things out to the chair and to the members that we should be out of here by 4, and
Okay,
be willing to move that motion to move the taxi issue up and vary the procedural bylaws to allow that to happen.
okay, do I have a motion that you want to work through lunch?
I'll move a motion to work through lunch. I'll move a motion to work through lunch.
Seconded?
Bring your lunch to the table. How about a half hour? 12:30 to 1 o'clock, okay. All right. 12:30 to 1, Mr. Chairman. Seems to be consensus on,
So what you want is after this item, you want to go with items 4, 5, all tax-related items immediately after.
lump them all together.
After item 1.
Yeah. And my other motion, Mr. Chairman, is, so there's a motion to spend only a half hour for lunch and come back earlier at 1 o'clock. And the other motion, Mr. Chairman, would be to lump all the taxi issues together and deal with them at once.
Yes. Yep.
After item 1, and preferably if the wildlife thing doesn't take,
Okay,
That's
so
a
we have a
handshake.
motion before us that's instead of 1 hour for lunch, just to take a half an hour, and also all the taxi license and issues to be lumped into one, and that will be the next item. So we'll have to move the wildlife item to the end. So that's what's before the committee.
Is that the motion that Councillor
So is that the
Mavroli
motion that
placed?
you're putting forward?
So you have to vote on that.
So the first thing, I will entertain the first motion is just to have a half an hour lunch. Are we okay with that? All those in favor? Great. Okay, so it's half an hour lunch. And the second motion is to reorganize the agenda items, and that is to move the wildlife after the tax issues.
What he's moving, vote on it. He's moved his motion, vote on it.
Okay, so the motion has been the motion has been moved. Is to move the taxi related into one and to be the next. Councilor Mamali, just to move all of them
all into one, but I'm taking into account that Councillor DeBearmaker is saying that this thing that with the wildlife isn't going to take all afternoon.
I think that's.
Otherwise, I'll just move the motion to
Just let's keep the order.
Cool, all right.
Okay, we'll leave it one.
Okay, the motion from Councilmember Leary to all the taxi industry-related items to be dealt into one, plus communications. All those in favor? Against? Carried.
And the
Thank you.
third one, while I'm at you, I've got your attention, is the other notice of adding on.
Councilmember Leary, I'll be dealing with that. I did promise at the beginning that we're going to move with that.
Thank you.
And those communications have to be distributed to all the members of the committees, so we'll know at least what we are dealing with. And that's going to be done, and that will be introduced.
Thank you so much. Okay.
Thank you. And so we are done with that, right?
Right, I'm done.
Okay, so we finished with the deputations. So now we'll move to questions to staff? No questions. We'll move to speakers now. As visiting members of council first, Councilor Christian Wantam, you are the first one. You have 3 minutes. Please go ahead.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And I do have a motion that Councillor Matlow says that he will take carriage of. And I don't know if at some point in time the motion will be put on the screen by Della. But essentially what I'd like to do is thank staff for their excellent report. I recognize that there's still work to be done with respect to trying to give clarity to the residents as well as members of the industry on how to ensure that we have a regulation that makes sense, that's balanced, that is going to be able to bring neighborhood peace to everyone. And I recognize that there's a range of issues that we wanted to address, and it's not going to be easy to address all of them through at one swoop. So I support the gesture to refer this item back to staff, and hopefully that she'll take into consideration the motions that we're going to place before the committee today, and also to take all the correspondence and the deputations that were made by all the members of the public who came out to share with us their feedback, and then to come back with some further revisions. I think we need to fine-tune it even more. And it's important to note, and I'll just speak from a local perspective. I don't often talk about city and then go locally, because I generally like to focus on the citywide impact. But I'm just going to speak as a local ward councillor in Ward 27. For those who know my neighborhoods, I have 14 residential neighborhoods and 5 business districts. The biggest festivals in the city are hosted by Ward 27, Yonge Dundas Square. Every parade and marathon seems to run through our communities. You name it, we got it, from Pride Toronto to Busker Fest. We welcome it all, and we really love the excitement and the hustle and bustle that we get in a downtown community. But we also are a mixed use community and a vibrant one, which is what makes it such a great neighborhood. And what I'd like to impress upon those who are operators in the neighborhood is that we know who the good operators are and we know who the bad operators are. And it's a matter of following the rules and then making sure that we have active investigation, enforcement, and prosecution. And I can tell you that we welcome every single business, but if you break the rules, we don't want you there. And that's really what we're trying to get to. And that's why amendment on motion number 3 is probably the most important. We have to make sure we can adequately staff up enforcement to make sure that everyone is aware that if you breach the rules, there is repercussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Wantam. And the next speaker, Councilor Marlowe.
So first
2
of
minutes,
all,
please.
First of all, I'd like to move on behalf of Councillor Wong Tam her motions that I've taken carriage of. I also have 2 motions that are going to be part of my package of referral to staff, and then an ultimate item that this item and all motions, it's going to be worded a little more beautifully, be referred back to the Executive Director, Municipal License Standards for further community consultation, and report back to the Licensing and Standards Committee as appropriate. You'll see my 2 other motions that are going to be part of that package along with my colleagues. One, to request that staff provide the staff complement necessary to provide overnight and weekend enforcement of noise bylaws, whether through additional full-time employees or shift changes. I've asked for a briefing note as well to come back to the budget process regarding this. It is frustrating to residents, including myself as their councillor, and I know Councillor Wong Tam and many others feel the same way, where even if there is a reasonable complaint by a resident about construction noise or another type of noise, if there isn't the ability to visit the site in a timely way to be able to gather evidence to move forward, then there's not only no reasonable way to catch them in the act, but also if the contractor or whoever is making that noise knows that there's no reasonable possibility that they will get caught, for those who, act selfishly, to be very candid, there's no incentive for them to actually behave properly and follow the rules. So, I leave it to the executive director to work with us to come back with the answer to that, but it has to be answered. My other one is 7 o'clock in the morning is very early, and we'd like to see the hour during the work days go from 7 o'clock in the morning to 8 o'clock in the morning as far as the prohibited noise time, so that people can actually wake up and have breakfast with their kids and move on, and also to prohibit Saturdays as well. The last thing I'd just like to say is that.
Thank you, Councilor Matlow. We have questions from the mover, and can we have the motion on display on the screen, please? And no, the motion that was moved by Councilor Matlow.
Questions of Councilor Matlow?
No, hold on. Chair, I'd like to see, the councilor referred moving from 7 to 8, and I'd like to see that motion. And I was wondering how the councillor picked the 8 o'clock. Usually time shift starts at 7 o'clock for a lot of the trades, and I'm just wondering if you would consider living it at 7 o'clock, because we have trade unions, and it's the practice throughout the city that they do start at 7 o'clock. So moving from 7 to 8, I'm just wondering how does he foresee this?
For clarification purpose, all these motions are going to be referred to city staff for them to look into it, so there will be consultations on it. And
well, yeah, but before we move it, I'm just wondering if the councillor will allow.
I can answer. My motivation is that I'm frankly more concerned about the impact that this noise is having on residents at that hour, and I'm moving it on behalf of the residents rather than the trade unions. That being said, with respect to them, they should be part of the consultation, and that's why I'm willing to refer even my own item to staff so that we can do this thoughtfully.
Would the councillor appreciate a friendly amendment that says that trade unions are able to be consulted?
No, only because if you look at my referral motion, it certainly does not exclude whether it be the industry, trade unions, or anyone to be consulted, and certainly I know that staff will undertake to consult with the appropriate stakeholders.
Thank you. And Councilor Mamalidi.
Councilor Matlow, are you nuts? Saturdays, Sundays? Do you know the implications of that with respect to how costs are going to go up for construction? You're not even asking for a report here. You're just saying you can't do anything on Saturday and Sundays.
Well, to answer your first question, I think it would be subjective, and it would depend who you asked. For the second one,
everybody's entitled to their opinion.
As far as your second question, again, my motivation is to provide, I think, reasonable relief to residents who I think, understand that in a busy, vibrant city, there's going to be noise throughout the week. But during the weekends, there should be an opportunity to be able to enjoy your backyards and enjoy your neighborhood.
I think you're setting this motion up to fail, because I certainly can't support something without a reasonable report that talks about how if construction costs are going to go up because of this motion in the City of Toronto, if if prohibiting, Saturdays and Sundays is gonna raise the cost to people, is 7 reasonable under the union standards?
Councillor
Are we
Mammoliti.
are we gonna pay more for construction as a city of Toronto?
Councillor Mammoliti.
And our tax dollars gonna go?
Councillor Mammoliti, if you actually,
You're setting this motion up to fail.
well, perhaps by your vote, I hope not by the preponderance of council, but if you actually look at what I've moved now, rather than get into any knee-jerk reactions or rhetoric, but if you actually look at what I've moved now, I'm deliberately referring not only anyone else's motion, but my own motions to staff so that there can be professional thought put into this. In my referral motion, it does direct staff to consult, and you should play a meaningful role in that discussion.
No, what you're saying-
So we're not prescribing anything today.
Thank you. It's been answered. 2 minutes. Any other questions? Okay, so there we are.
To speak?
Now we are speaking, and Councilor Mammoliti, you are next. 2 minutes.
I think if Councillor Matlow isn't nuts, I think his motions are.
Councilor Mammoliti, just I'll stop there. I'll stop your time there.
Speaking, right?
Yeah, just please. We've been, so far, this meeting has been great. But let's be respectful at all times, and let's refrain from being offensive or disrespectful to any member of council. Please, let's get on with it. Thank you. Let's start. Thank you.
Again, I think these motions are unreasonably nuts. And I think that if there were a request to have a report that spoke to the ramifications or the benefits, no, it's not. Your particular motion directs that this happen and is asking and is referring to staff, so they're taking it in a different context. And if it were worded differently, I could support it, because I know what's going to come out of this. Staff are going to say it's unworkable. It's going to drive construction costs up in the City of Toronto, and quite frankly, the unions are going to have something to say about whether or not they can start at 7 or 8 o'clock in the morning. And so I'm going to vote against it, and honestly, I hope that my colleagues vote against this motion, because it's a setup. It's an absolute setup that's going to end up in court again, and we're going to lose, and we're going to cost the taxpayers a whole bunch of money. So unless Councillor Matlow rewrites the motions, I can't support it. As far as noises, Mr. Chairman, and the arguments that were posed today, half of the arguments, Mr. Chairman, have nothing to do with the City of Toronto. And it's got to do with provincial standards, and I wish that staff would just come clean and say you can't do it and be over with, because we're wasting everybody's time here. You can't restrict a motorcycle in the City of Toronto. That's the province that has to do it. The City of Toronto can't do it, whether you like it or not. And I'd argue that an ambulance is a lot noisier than a motorcycle, a lot noisier than music that comes out of nightclubs. I'd argue that even our streetcars with the squeaking is higher and more painful to the ear than the music that comes out of nightclubs.
Thank you, Councilor Mammoliti.
I wish I had more time, but I don't want to move the motion for 2 minutes.
Councilor Liberamica.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I had 2 motions, and I'd ask that staff move them. One is just asking staff to report back on leaf blowers or no leaf blowers, or leaf blowers that are quieter than what's out there now. My second motion is just asking staff to examine the idea of registering notices on title of new residential construction, notifying people that sometimes we do grant exemptions to the bylaw for community festivals. This has worked very well in Scarborough at the Scarborough Civic Centre. We have Chinese New Year's, we have Caravana, we have folk festivals, we have everything, just like all of our city centres. And when I do get some complaints from the local condo owners who are just 50 feet away from all the activities, and they say, it's outrageous. There were people down in the square having fun and making music and dancing, and it was 7 p.m. at night, and this is outrageous. We just say, well, if you look at your condo articles, we registered on title that this is a public square, and there are occasional festivals and music and dance and celebration, and that usually ends the discussion pretty quickly. I think if you were going to buy a condo, some people have said, well, I moved in 2 years ago into Yorkville, and I'm really surprised that there's noise down there, and it is very, and I don't want to belittle what was said, because for that family, it is very, very stressful. I think that we need to ask our appropriate staff that, you know what, maybe we should be putting these notices on people's condo documents, so that when they actually buy a condo in Yorkville, or by Liberty Village, or by King Street West, or by the Scarborough Civic Centre Public Square, that they know that occasionally there'll be some festivals and music being made. I do think there is a challenge, and I think the deputations today were wonderful. We've got to figure out, how do we allow to have a vibrant, healthy, dynamic city with noise and busker fests and street festivals, at the same time respecting people's ability to take a nap. Thank you.
Any other speakers? Vice Chair Karygiannis, 2 minutes.
I can have the motions by Councillor Matlow up on the board, please.
Which one?
The one from 7 to 8.
That's this motion.
Can I see that motion, please? No, but I would like to move, Chair, a friendly amendment, if I can, that we ask the staff to consider this.
Councilor Mauro indicated that he's not willing to entertain friendly amendments. You may have to move your own.
Okay, at that case, then I'd like to move a motion, and I'm going to put it in writing.
Or you can vote against, simply.
Sorry?
Or you can vote against.
You know, there's no way that this can go straight to council without consultations. This completely jumps the consultation process, the way that it's written. Not this one, the other one. That's not the way it's written, though.
Point of privilege. I think there's a misunderstanding by perhaps.
What's your point of order, Councilor Marlowe?
Simply, if my colleagues just don't get so fixated on each one of the motions before the referral motion. The referral motion puts my motions and any other motions, including Councillor Rongtam's motions, into a package and sends them to staff, and the referral motion also directs staff to consult.
Point of clarification then, Mr. Chair.
No, there is no point of clarification.
No, but this is, I want to thank Councillor Matlow for doing this. So
You have 40 seconds, Councillor Karygiannis.
Unless it's point of order. I just want to be assured that the motion that's up there goes to staff for clarification versus to council.
That's right. It's to staff, yeah.
Thank you.
Point of order.
Excuse me, I just want to clarify, only if the referral motion passes.
Point of order.
Yeah, if it passes.
Point of order. And
Point of order.
And privilege,
Councilor
actually.
Leading.
I think it's my privilege to vote on the motions that he's referring to that would be referred to staff. So I'm asking you to vote on the motions first, and whatever motions carry, then you refer them, then you vote
we
on
are
that.
still on speakers, as we haven't finished.
Can I just clarify how we're going to vote on all this? Because there seems to be
You
a
want to
misconception.
vote
I'd
separately?
like the motions voted on first.
Okay, that's fair.
Right?
Okay, we'll do that.
And then this motion to be voted on after we vote on the motions.
There is an order in terms of voting. Yeah, there is an order that
The referral goes first.
the deferral always goes first, then referrals.
Then we're going to have to kill
and then
all the
receives.
motions.
Yeah.
Then we'll have to kill all the motions.
Okay, no, not necessarily.
Killing this, you're killing all the motions.
Are you speaking on it? Councilman Lee, are you speaking on the item?
On what item?
Are you speaking on it or no? Okay, so can I have a little bit of order, please? One single meeting. Any other speakers? If not, I will speak last, and I'm timing myself. I'm going to move the following. Can you please display my motion is to, just 1 second. Okay. I'd like to move that motion, and the purpose of this motion is within the report, a waiver under Chapter 591. There will be an exemption for arts in the park, music in the park, and that kind of permitting, which is fine. But my concern is every time that we have, for example, a non-for-profit organization organizing, or a member of council for that matter, a movie night, a Canada Day celebration, or any community festival, is there will be all and part of this permitting and fees as well. So I'd like to move that motion to be and refer to staff as well for their consideration. And overall, I guess, in terms of the discussions that we had today, the scope of all this change and what's been discussed and all the commotion that's that's taking place is to strike a real balance in terms of minimizing the unnecessary noise that affects the quality of life, residents and members of the audience, and and to allow a certain level of noise for construction, manufacturing, transit, social events, and so on. So overall, the concept it's been to bring something that's workable, a compromise that's going to be satisfactory to all. So having said that, I think that here we have some motions and we are going to move on with that. Thank you. Oh, I have another one? So I'm sorry, I have another motion that's been just put before me. And if I can display that one as well, that the City Council direct the Executive Director of Municipal Licensing Standards to develop a policy to waive noise exemption application fees for councilors' events and non-for-profit community events, such as Canada Day events and events in the parks, and authorize staff to introduce any bills to give effect to this recommendation. So those are my motions there. So now, are we ready to vote? And the first one that we have is a referral motion, and that's from Councilor Madlo. So that's all motions be referred back to the Executive Director of Municipal Licensing Standards for further community consultation. All those in favor? Against? It carries. Thank you. The next one is from Councilor Madlo. Oh, no. Oh, this is redundant.
Point of order.
No, they've already tabled.
Point of order.
They've all been referred back to staff.
Okay.
Point of order.
All of them.
Point of
Great.
order.
Point of order, Councilor Maliri.
Mr. Chairman, so you just voted on all of Councilor Matlo's motions and referred them all off to staff.
Yes. We just
Staff
did that.
are going to bring this back
Absolutely.
for another 3 hours or 4 hours of deputation.
1 hour.
How crazy
I
that
think
is.
that's going to be 30 minutes, Councilor Maliri.
Okay.
20 minutes.
Yeah.
All right, you know what?
And will staff be, with all due respect, I know, will staff be consulting with the unions and the stakeholders, all the?
I think throughout the
construction,
conversation and the questions to staff, they are going to be consulting with all the
So when their
stakeholders.
report comes back and says this is actually a bit crazy, we can kill it at that.
I would like to ask the Executive Director of Municipal Licensing just to answer that question, to clarify, please.
Yeah, thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair. All the content of the report in front of you was done through a consultative process. All of the motions and the asks and the deputation that we received today, all of will be brought back to us as input, and all which will be consulted properly. We'll pull that together in a format, likely a supplemental report, to come back. So we'll answer the concerns of the residents, the interests of the councillors that have floated motions, and we'll address all stakeholders.
And one other question. With respect to the arguments on leaf blowers and grass cutting and all of that, are you actually going to report out on that stuff? Will you actually be saying that things like motorcycles, for instance, are not within our jurisdiction?
So through you, Mr. Chair, all the motions that we've been asked to address, we will address comprehensively. If there is a role for the city, we will inform that. If it belongs with the province, we will articulate that.
So if you are going to dive into, if you are going to, it's a point of order. If you are going to dive into that, I would make one suggestion, Mr. Chairman, through a point of order, and that is consult with the residents who are actually having their leaves picked up by the city. The union that represents the workers that pick up the leaves.
Councilor Mamoulieri, I think that you made a point, and that's...
I'm only trying to help.
No, it's a good point, and probably that can follow offline with the city staff.
When we're consulting
Councilor
with,
Gariciani's
just a
point
point
of
of
order.
order, when we're consulting with unions, let's make sure that we also can consult with unions that are used for transportation. There's some railway yards. Just want to make sure that we do that, so we don't forget those unions versus only the construction unions.
Ms. Cook, please.
So through you, Mr. Chair, we endeavor in all our reviews to consult with everybody that may be potentially impacted or have an interest.
Thank you.
So we will.
Recess.
Okay.
We'll set up a plan.
1 o'clock. Recess until 1.
Okay, members, I think we are done with this item, and we'll recess to 1 o'clock. We have only half an hour.
Point of order, Chair. Can we find out if
We're done.
Can we please clear the room? Security will be locking the room shortly. Please clear the room.
Members of the Licensing Standards Committee, please try to resume to committee room number 1. Is 10 minutes past 1. We have to resume within the next 2 minutes. Members of the Committee of Licensing Standards, please resume to committee room number 1. Thank you. I'd like to call this meeting to order. We have a quorum. Members of the committee, please have a seat.
This is out of order.
is, okay. I would like to call this meeting to order. Members of the committee, please have a seat. As you may recall, at the beginning of the meeting, please. At the beginning of the meeting, we had a few communications that need to be introduced, and I did ask members of the committee that these items, once they are circulated to all the members and we'll have an opportunity to read, then we will introduce them. There was a subsequent motion that anything that's related to the taxi industry to deal with all the items as a package. So there are a few communications that we have is before us. Irrespectively, we have two communications from Councilor Mamolidi, one communication from Councilor De Veramaker, and one communication from Councilor Carigianis. And also there is an other communication that Councilor Carigianis spoke about it that relates to the Canada Revenue Agency. So all these communications will have to be introduced at this point, and yeah. So all these communications have to be introduced. So can I have a motion to introduce these communications and to be part of the agenda? Councillor De Veramaker, all those in favor? Against? So we have all these communications as part of the agenda, and we're going to deal with them as a package. Friendly reminder once again, at the beginning of the meeting, there were some changes to the speaking questioning time. The speaking time for deputants on all the items of the agenda were limited to 3 minutes each. Questions to speakers were also limited to 2 minutes. And speaking times for members of council was reduced to 2 minutes, and 2 minutes for questioning to public speakers. So we'll continue with what's been approved. The next item that's before us today is item number 3, and that's the licensing of wildlife control operators. And we have a number of speakers. And I want to remind you also that by 4 o'clock, we must end this meeting due to the sundown clause. So let's get on.
And on a point
The
of order,
speakers.
Mr. On a point of order.
Point of order, Councillor De Veramaker. Your point of.
I have talked to a couple of the speakers. I just, and they're here, but they can acknowledge. Natalie Carvonen, Liz White, and Brad Gates, although they're here, they say they do not need to speak because they understand we're under a very tight time constraint.
Fantastic. Great. So we have, once again, the names, please. Liz White.
Brad Gates.
Natalie Carbone.
Brad's is on the other side.
And Brad Gates. Fantastic. Great. Okay, so let's get on with the rest. Robin Harwat, followed by Bill Davis and Rudolph Muller. Robin Harwat. Good afternoon, all. how many speakers do we have to begin with? Are, so you have 3 speakers there? Okay, let's be mindful of the time and let's proceed. Let's get on with it. I'll use my judgment as well. Please go ahead. Are you ready? Please go ahead.
Rudy Mueller. I'm a veterinarian. I've been working with trap certification for over 2 decades. Looking at the submission and the necessity for wildlife control in the City of Toronto, I wanted to point out the background information of what we have, because obviously the people who will do the wildlife control will need expertise and the necessary equipment. As it happens, the Fur Institute of Canada, I refer to the website, has been involved in a humane trapping program. This was initiated by wildlife agencies in Canada in '73, and with the research objectives of testing trap systems to develop humane trapping standards and develop new technologies for rating traps. The research was coordinated and developed by a committee of the Fur Institute of Canada. The priorities were driven by requirements of the Agreement of International Humane Trapping Standards under the direction from Canadian wildlife directors, advised by committee. All research is in accordance with protocols of the Canadian Council of Animal Care, to which anybody who does research with animals is subjected to. For an update on available tools, you can visit the Fur Institute of Canada website, where you have a list of all the certified traps. How did it come about? Basically, the aim was to follow an agreement on international humane trapping standards, the AIHTS. This agreement was to establish standards on humane trapping methods to ensure sufficient levels of welfare of trapped animals and to further improve this welfare across the globe. So it's an international agreement. The scope applies to the certification of traps used for the trapping of listed species. The species covered are coyote, bobcat, and so on. You can see that list. They are covered in Canada. The species are marked with a maple leaf on the side. In Europe, in the European Union, you have additional species we don't have here. And the other region that has joined the international standards is Russia. The trapping practices are in food and culture. Trapping standards are also for fur trade, wildlife management, of what we are talking about today, scientific research in conservation, scientific research of biologists, and public health and nuisance control. As you know, we have this addressed here in Ottawa. Sorry? Yeah? The actual projected implement schedule was 8 years to implement, 5 for testing, 3 for transition. In Canada, we have up to 2012, we have ongoing experiments, and Russia and the EU joined up to 2016. Restraining traps, that's what we are talking about today, are concerned about live capture. In live capture, we have the standards which are regulated and agreed upon with all the people we consulted. And under this, we have acceptable and non-acceptable changes. And this is what we use to rate the traps. Based on that, we also are able to compare different species. And our goal is to minimize animal use and maximize investments. We also worked on development of animal-free testing technologies in Vegreville. Sorry?
Please try to wrap up.
Yeah, I will wrap up. As you know, the results demonstrate that thresholds are effective in eliminating traps. We have many traps that have failed. We have restraining traps which have failed. And this led to a loss of most commonly used traps, let's say 75% of the listed species found in Canada. Okay?
Questions?
So,
thank you for your presentation.
Thank you.
Bill Davis.
No, he was speaking for all three of us.
Oh, for
we
three
were
of us.
giving our time to him, so can he finish
Okay,
his presentation?
fantastic. So,
What?
did we?
No, he didn't finish.
Bill Davis.
We had 9 minutes, 3 people.
Yeah.
Can I have your name, sir? I didn't get your name.
Bill Davies.
I have Bill Davis, Robin Harwood, and
We were giving our minutes to him.
Rudolph?
Yeah.
Okay, great. So you have to, okay, I'll give you the additional, you have 2.5 minutes.
Okay.
Please go ahead. 2.5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Okay. The AITS has a public recognition in Canada by the Canadian Council on Animal Care, Canadian Veterinary Association, and the Canadian Association for Humane Trapping. We have had a main objective to prohibit all jaw-type conventional steel jaw leg hold traps, and they are all fulfilled, all these requirements. And the tests are to be completed in 2016. And all those traps are compliant with the stringent measures we have. What I want to point out is that anybody who does research, anybody who is in trapping business has to adhere to those standards because they are not only trapping for entire Canada, but also these are international standards. We are held to it. Canada signed an agreement. So whatever we do, whether we control animals for a city or whether we trap them for other purposes, we have to adhere to those agreements. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Questions to the deputants? Thanks so much for your presentation. Please do. Oh, we have already. Okay, great. Thank you.
Okay.
So with that, I think we are done with the speakers list. Yeah. So now we'll move to questions to staff. Any questions to staff? And as I indicated at the beginning, we do have confidential, if you have any confidential questions on this item, and then we'll have to go into camera session. Any questions? Okay, fantastic. Okay, so there we go. So we'll go to speakers and visiting members. Okay, Councilor Di Vermaker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I won't speak.
2 minutes.
I spoke last time. I'm just going to move, the first one's a technical amendment, changing the date to March 1, 2016. To September 1, 2016 from March 2016, just because of the timing where we are today. And I'm just moving that in as amendment to the main motion, which the clerks can put on the screen, which I moved. It's exactly the same as our last meeting where we gave notice. And that's it, Mr. Chair. I spoke last time.
Any other speakers? Questions to the mover? Any other speakers? If not, so we have one motion before us. The motion, so the motion is amended. All those in favor? Against? Carry. Thank you. The next item that we're moving is to number 4, and we are dealing with all the items. However, is yeah. Thank you. On this item, members of the public and members of the committee, on November 26, 2015, this committee was requested that the city solicitor to report back to today's committee meeting of January 22nd on the outcome of the recent Calgary injunction and the implications, if any, for the City of Toronto's enforcement activities with respect to unlicensed ground transportation providers. Now, if there is any questions of a confidential nature, we must go into camera. There are, I believe, 4 confidential reports, 1 from city staff and 3 other communications from solicitors on this matter. So before we proceed, I would like to ask members of the committee, do you have any questions that should be dealing in camera session? With respect to the item that we are going to be dealing with.
Committee's indulgent. I mean, indulgence and staff. If I've got questions about what's happening.
Oh yeah, that's fair. So, given that we have questions from city staff, so the reason for the confidentiality is that this report is about litigation or potential litigation that affects the city. This report also contains advice or communications that are subject to solicitor-client privilege. And so we are moving into a camera session, and I'm going to ask members of the public to vacate the room.
Chair, point of order.
Point of order.
Yes, before we ask staff the questions, can we hear of deputants? You know, there's people here that want to make deputations. I think we should hear of deputants, and then at that point in time, if we want to ask questions of staff, and they're privileged, then we should do that.
As members of council, I'll be more than happy to entertain that, as long as please refrain from asking questions that are of...
Mr. Chairman, we may not have to go into camera because I'm not sure if my questions that pertain to what's happening now with the CRA have anything to do with that report. So if staff feel that my questions...
So be mindful about that.
Don't have anything to do with it, we may not have to go into camera.
Okay, that's fair, so we'll proceed with the speakers now. Okay, is the first speaker that we have is Peter Rosenthal, is followed by Zahid Mughal.
Chair, point of order, if I may, or point of personal privilege. We have communications, you have communications for me, and that might help people that want to make deputations, how if they want to still make deputations. I'm moving a motion that we instruct staff to go for an injunction. So I'm not sure if you want to put that on the board, so just, I mean, just in case staff might help.
Councilor,
Chair.
this is not the time to put any motions forward, and that's not a point of privilege. We are just dealing with deputants.
Chair, I'm just,
You can do that during at the time when we get to the item and when you have to speak.
Mr. Chair, could you please caution the members of this committee about
Point of order.
confidentiality
Point of order.
and legal advice?
Point of order.
Point
of order.
Councilor Davis.
No, we're
As a
doing
chair,
so well.
I do understand what needs to be done.
Councilor Davis
Thank you.
comes in and
We'll just move to the deputants now. Good afternoon. Good to have you here. So we have Zahid Mughal and Peter Rosenthal. So we have 3 minutes of speaking time.
Thank you. The situation has changed dramatically today with respect to Uber, as you've probably heard. They were granted a brokerage license this morning. On the other hand, that doesn't seem to be something that's going to legalize them completely, I would think. It seems like they're going to be brokers as far as part of their business, for a small part of their business, with respect to dispatching taxi cabs, licensed taxi cabs, but they still want to maintain the UberX service, which is totally unregulated and contrary to several sections of the bylaw. It's my view that you should make sure that that does not happen. They've been flouting all the bylaws for 2 years in Toronto, and now they want to come inside the legal tent a little bit, but still continue to essentially flout the bylaws. And as you know, the court action that the city took against them was ruled in Uber's favor on very narrow grounds, that they didn't fit the definition of brokerage. But on the other hand, they now definitely do fit the definition of brokerage as a result of amendments last fall. And now they are going to be brokers, but only for a little part of their business. And in my view, the City of Toronto should not tolerate them continuing in that fashion. All the safety concerns and health concerns that you are aware of with respect to unlicensed vehicles performing taxi cab services apply. And also, taxi cab drivers who've been faithfully working in their profession for years under the rules are suffering enormously, as you know. Their income is way down, and they even got it further down by the amendment that reduced the fares by $1 a fare in some attempt to compete with Uber. The integrity of the whole system can't be maintained in any way if you allow UberX to continue. As you saw from the Calgary situation, if there's a court order that UberX cease, they will cease because they don't want to go to jail. But they're not going to cease just because there's an occasional ticket. And as you know, the police service in Toronto says it's difficult making cases against Uber drivers. How do you know when somebody drops somebody off, if they're an Uber driver or just a friend, and so on? It's not so easy. But it is very easy and clear to make a clear application establishing that UberX violates several sections of the bylaw, including, you made it very clear in passing the bylaws last fall, prohibition on dispatch of unlicensed taxi cabs. Absolutely prohibited, clearly, and similarly with respect to unlicensed limousines. And there's no question that UberX is doing that. And in my respectful submission, you should go to court now with a proper motion based on that, based on the bylaw, which is very clear, and insist that they be restrained to follow that bylaw. Now, I know you're going to be considering in the next few months possible changes in regulations that might affect these areas. But that does not mean, in my view, that you should allow flagrant disrespect for the law to continue now and the unhealthy situation to continue now. And so I would urge you to take immediate steps to bring an action like that as quickly as possible. I'd be glad to answer any questions. Thanks very much.
Yes, but there's a question.
Just 1 second, please.
Just a very quick question.
Okay, visiting members of council first, and Councilor Davis, please go ahead.
So in Calgary, they won the injunction,
Right.
and Uber respected that decision.
Absolutely.
So they
An
stopped,
injunction is something scary to violate because it means you can go to jail.
and they stopped operating Uber X.
Right.
And do they have Uber Black and
I don't know.
Uber everything?
I'm not sure how
Uber
many
food,
Ubers they have
Uber
there.
nannies, Uber whatever?
They probably have the same number of Ubers, but I'm not sure.
Okay. So your view is that we should launch the injunction and that our bylaw is very clear about the definition of, first of all, a broker, but what is a, I'm trying to remember what the language was in that decision, but that it was a, essentially, taxi business. How do I describe it?
Well, you,
Because the first decision was, oh, this is some technical thing that's happening in the air, and they aren't really calling for rides.
right.
So do you think that the new bylaw addresses that definition and those ambiguities in our bylaw sufficiently
The new
for us
bylaw-
to defend it?
Right. The new bylaw remedies the deficiency in the definition of brokerage.
Brokerage, right?
Allowed Uber to slip through last time, but now they are a broker, we were told this morning, so that's okay, that's good. On the other hand, the new bylaw also clarifies, and other parts of the bylaws do anyway, that you must use for hire either a licensed taxi cab or a licensed limousine, and the driver of that vehicle must be a licensed taxi cab driver or a licensed limousine driver. That's clear. For emphasis, it was added in your fall amendment, so that's absolutely clear. So UberX clearly violates those sections.
Thank you.
And if they're brokers, that makes it even worse. It's like if is Beck Taxi now going to start hiring all sorts of people to run private cars, and Diamond Taxi, and why don't they all do it?
Right.
So, in my view, it's more incumbent upon you to deal with it now that they're brokers, now that they're a formal brokerage, than it was even.
Thank you, Mr. Rosenthal. Councilor Karichanis, you're next.
I have 5 minutes to question.
No, you don't, you got
No,
2.
you have only 2 minutes.
You went
You
over.
changed the rules?
Yes, we did.
Sir, I get something to read you, and let me know if this is something that the industry and yourself would be amenable to. And it reads, City Council direct the city solicitor to return to Superior Court of Justice to seek an injunction against Uber based on the updated regulations to Municipal Code Chapter 545 approved by City Council at its meeting on September the 30th, October 1st, and October 2nd, 2015. Would that be something that the industry is looking for?
The application would be to the Superior Court, in my suggestion, rather than the Ontario Court of Justice.
Return to
Court of
Superior Court,
Ontario,
yes,
I
Superior
believe.
Court. That's what it says.
I'm sorry?
It says Superior Court.
Superior Court, oh, sorry, I misheard you then, perhaps.
Okay, you want me to read it again?
Yes, please, thank you.
Okay. City Council direct the city solicitor to return to Superior Court of Justice to seek an injunction against Uber based on the updated regulations to Municipal Code Chapter 545 approved by the City Council at its meeting on September the 30th, October 1st, October 2nd, 2015.
In my view, that would be an appropriate action.
So if I was to move that motion, that will make you very happy.
If I were to vote, I'd vote yes.
All right, so I just want to let you know that I'm intending to move that motion.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Thanks so much for your presentation.
Thank you.
I'm Sajid, the next deputant. Yeah.
Okay, Sajid, you are next. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's a time to say, wow, wow, wow. It's a time to celebrate. It's a time to have a kind of victory party because Uber, after 4 years, 5 years, got the license. What a privilege, what a, honor to the city. What an honor to, to everyone that Uber got license. Why they did not get the license last 3, 4 years, 5 years? I had a deputation written, but last few hours changed the whole scenario altogether. So I would request this committee, Mr. Chair, through you, that do not fall into the trap of Uber. Uber, I know it's a German word. I have no intention to disrespect to this, the language of the name, but action of Uber is not doing anything right. Whatever they do, they pre-plan and they make sure they violate everything, whatever they can, the city laws, the provincial laws, the federal laws. So instead of going on a lengthy deputation, after this, they got the license, I will request this committee not to fall into the trap, and please go ahead and file injunction against Uber X. Uber got the license, that doesn't mean that Uber X got the license as well. That doesn't mean that Uber will not be dispatching under Uber X. The problem has never been Uber. The problem has always been Uber X. The Uber is taking a business maybe 5%, 10%, whatever. The 90% business goes of Uber under Uber X. Uber X is the one providing illegal vehicles to the Torontonian. Uber X is the one has no insurance. Uber X has the vehicles that have not been inspected. Uber X is the one has no commercial insurance. So the evil is still there. Look at the timing of Uber. Uber is trying to manipulate, the circumstances or this committee that, oh, we got the license. You got license mean nothing. If you are really sincere, stop this Uber X activities today onward. So my request to this committee is, please do not fall into that trap. Go ahead. It's the right direction to take Uber X into the court, and that's the right way to go. Thank you.
Thanks, Sachin. There's a few questions. Vice Chair Councilor Karigiannis first, followed by Councilman Malidi.
Sir, thank you for coming. You've heard the motion that I'm going to move, and I hope that's
absolutely right direction to take, Councilor.
You must remember what happened, a little while ago. We had Chris Schaefer from Uber, and we're asking questions if he was paying, we're paying HST and income tax and all that stuff. I'm not sure if you remember what he said. Did he answer that question?
He never answered this question straight, yes or no. He was giving all kind of other answers, but not straight answer, yes or no.
Are you familiar with what's happening with Revenue Canada today? Have you heard the latest?
Yes, I have heard.
Okay. I don't want to say we told you so, but
no,
I think everybody.
Yeah, I have heard. It's a good news to get.
I mean, Councilor Mamalidi and I have been, I guess, saying it all along. Finally, the rest of the people woke up. Anyways, thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you. Councilor Mamalidi is next.
Well, we did tell you so. So Councilor Karagiannis is right. But with respect to your comments about what you believe Uber is doing today, it's no coincidence that this has happened
no, it's
on
not.
the day of a committee meeting where some of us were and are about to move a number of motions to try to deal with this yet again.
Yes.
So you believe that it's been done on
No, I believe that it's pre-planned. Uber is playing its card very smart. Uber knows the mood of this committee and mood of majority of the
Let's make it clear, because even the media were asking questions about what all this means.
It doesn't mean anything.
At the end of the day, it really means nothing, does it?
That's correct.
Right. It doesn't mean anything because Uber's always had to use the taxi drivers anyway.
Exactly, yes.
So issuing out the license today is only confusing the matters, and that's why you think that Uber's done this on purpose?
Exactly. Everything is done purposely. Uber is trying to send a message, oh, we got the license, which doesn't mean anything. They're going to be still dispatching their 90% of their business to illegal cabs, illegal taxis, illegal drivers, uninsured cars.
Right.
Everything is same, ditto copy.
So the shift change, the mood change, because I get a sense that everybody is now starting to understand what's going on and have started their, or have changed their opinion on Uber if they were favorable towards them. I'm getting a sense that even the media is understanding the issue and not favoring Uber as much. Do you get that sense?
Yes, I did get that, absolutely, sir.
So now, today, we're going to try and stay focused, no matter what anybody's trying to do.
Exactly.
And we're going to try to move some motions here, I hope you understand that.
Yes.
That are going to deal with Uber X.
Yes.
And what the city should be doing with respect to that.
Exactly.
So to those that are still confused,
What do you have to say?
Well, I have to say,
Last
it's
question.
just Uber is playing with the emotions, and Uber is trying to send a wrong signals to the politicians, to the councillors, and to the media, and to the public that they got the license and they're legal. They're absolutely working the way they have been working in the past without license, dispatching their business to unlicensed cars and uninsured cars and unlicensed drivers.
Thanks, Sahid. Is the next is going to, even though that visiting members of council are the first ones to ask questions, I did ask at the very beginning, and Councilor Davis would like to ask a question at this point. When I asked at the beginning that,
I didn't hear
please
that.
go ahead.
Sorry.
2 minutes.
So maybe I can ask, get a bit of a different answer or understanding of your position. You said that the decision or the fact that Uber is now a licensed taxi broker doesn't mean anything.
Yes, that's absolutely what
Does
I
it
said.
not mean, however, that as a licensed taxi broker, they can only use licensed taxis? Does that not have meaning?
You have a very valid question, and I had this question in my mind, but unfortunately, I cannot ask from Tracy. Is that mean that if the Uber got the license and still keep dispatching to the UberX cars and get caught, would you cancel the Uber license? If you would, you achieve something, but if you cannot still cancel their license, we did not achieve nothing. There's no difference other than they just paid $300 some to city maker rich to get the brokerage license. Other than that, there's no mean anything.
But now it's very clear they can only dispatch licensed taxis, and if they do anything other than that now, they are flouting the law even more.
Exactly, absolutely.
So I think that puts us in a better position in a legal case.
It depends.
Would you agree?
Yes, I would agree. If the city staff takes action against, they have been violating
Point of order.
Okay.
Excuse me.
Yes.
You
Thank you.
have 30 more seconds.
Thank you very much.
Chair, can I ask?
Oscar Janis, your point of order.
Can I ask of you that we allow the deputy to answer the question versus cutting him off, as it's been happening right now?
I've been paying close attention, Councilor Kirgianis. I'm fully in charge of this. Thank you. You have another 30 seconds if you want to continue or you
I'm
finish.
okay, sir.
Okay, great. Any other questions?
Thank you, sir.
Thank you for your presentation, Sahid. The next speaker is Reza Hussein, followed by Imran Chowdhury, Peter Mandronis, that's appropriate. So if you are kind enough to identify yourself, please, and you'll have 3 minutes to speak.
Okay, my name is Kathy Platanitis. Thank you for this opportunity to speak before you today. I have stood before you at other times regarding taxi-related issues, but today I'm here to simply ask why. Why does a city as great as Toronto defy its own laws and bylaws, drafted by none other than you yourselves? Why does the city not enforce its said bylaws? Why does the mayor and the chief of police justify criminal activity in the name of "we're working on it" excuses? In no other society would the words "we cannot enforce" and "our hands are handcuffed" be spoken, nor believed, let alone accepted, from the mayor or the police chief. Nowhere else are criminals invited to break laws while they themselves force legislators to draft new and acceptable bylaws just for them. Criminals, take note. If our bylaws don't suit you, we invite you to continue in your activities while we write laws to aid you in achieving your goals. Bizarre, isn't it? But yet that is exactly what is happening in the City of Toronto, and it is utterly absurd, and may I add, deplorable. September the 30th, 2015 stood as the day City Council corrected their mistakes and closed the loophole by which Uber and the like thought they could operate. Uber was now captured within the bylaw. Bravo, Toronto. Except Uber rejected it and chose to defy this new law. It is astounding to me and my fellow taxi associates that a company deemed illegal could and does fly in the face of all authority and right in front of it, all in blatant defiance. But then again, why shouldn't they? They've been invited by the mayor and the chief of
Excuse me,
police.
I'm going to stop you right there for a second. You have, 30 minutes there. In this, in terms of the procedure by law, members of council, members of the committee, and members of the public, and have an obligation to speak respectfully at all times, refraining from using offensive, disrespectful, or unparliamentary language about members of the committee, city officials, the mayor, and so on. So please
Okay.
speak to the subject.
Well, this is in response to the police. This is actually, this deputation was written in
We have some parliamentary language as well. Thank you.
Okay, I didn't realize that it was,
Please
or he
continue.
didn't realize it was offensive. Whatever. I'll move on. Tracy Cook was perfectly poised to bring a swift action against Uber with, hopefully that's not offensive what I'm saying, forgive me, with an immediate filing of a court injunction against this bandit company, the very moment it publicly denounced the city and its directives. The taxi industry fully expected and anticipates to this day that the city will act in prudence and move accordingly. Basically, in light of what happened today, I speak on behalf of Peter, we're just hoping that the city will be prudent and continue in its action against Uber if it's illegal, if they're operating illegally.
Any questions? Councilman Muliri, please go ahead. 2 minutes.
You spoke a little bit about breaking the law. And I kind of see it the same way. If a larger corporation on Bay Street decided to venture into illegal activity, do you think that the police and the RCMP and others would have something to say about that? Or do you think that they would say, well, let's see whether or not a couple of cases that are going to court actually shape up before we do something about it?
Well, I think that's what's happening here in the city, and I think that they should be acting accordingly to the laws and following through with it.
So you've been, I recognize you, you've been a part of the debates now for well over a year and a half.
Yes.
And you have been to every single council meeting, and you've seen the activity from this committee along with all the other councillors around this. Do you find that some councillors are now waking up and recognizing that they shouldn't have kept quiet and voted against some of these motions about a year and a half ago?
Yes.
Perhaps instead of coming to a committee at the last moment and pretending you're a hero,
Exactly.
you should have voted for this, the motions at council when we could have killed them to begin with.
Absolutely. And none of us would be going through all of this that we are right now.
Yeah, well, perhaps someone there can actually throw some light on that particular councillor and remind that a particular councillor that she should have been there when we could have killed this thing right from the beginning.
I would agree with you. I would agree with you.
Is Councilor Janis, you're next.
I want to read you something, and then I want your response. This is going back a little while ago. It says, this morning the City of Toronto filed a notice of application to the Ontario Superior Court of Justice seeking a court injunction against Uber Canada Incorporated, which provides the service. The application includes a request that Uber operations in Toronto cease, and continues. The city is concerned that Uber poses a serious risk to the public, including those who are signing on as drivers for the following reasons: decreased passenger safety, unregulated fares resulting in price gouging, inadequate insurance and may not provide essential coverage to drivers and passengers in the event of an accident, increased safety risk to the drivers due to lack of training and vehicle security equipment. This was Ms. Cook about a year ago when this was done. Has anything changed since then in our city?
So far, no.
So should we be asking staff to move quickly with another court injunction?
Absolutely.
Now that we closed the loophole back in September, October.
To ensure that this stops and that is adhered to.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Thank you. Any other questions? If not, thanks so much for your presentation. Harvey Spiegel, followed by Haley Steinhardt.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. I am a lawyer. I'm a retired Superior Court judge. I sat here in Toronto for 12 years, and I have submitted to you a paper which is contained at LS 9.4.1 that I would ask you please to turn to, which will make my job a little easier. Others have urged you to move promptly against Uber. I will not address that question. The question that I will address is, what would happen in court if you did so? I've been 50 years and more, 52 exactly, as a judge and a lawyer, and I can tell you that there is very few cases that you can predict with absolute certainty. But I can tell you if there's ever a legal slam dunk, it's this case here. And I've set out the reasons why in my 8 pages, but I'll direct you to the executive summary on page 1, which kind of summarizes the reasons why. My colleague, Peter Rosenthal, has already said that you have drafted a very skillful, and I compliment the drafters of the amendments, they have done what they were asked to do by City Council in September following the Dunphy decision. Dunphy decided the case against the city in November of in July of 2014, based on the narrowness of the definitions of taxi cab broker and licensed and limousine service operator. I won't go into that. Part of your motion that you passed in November was, what are the implications of the Calgary injunction? So maybe I can shed some light on that. You all know that Calgary, in November of 2015, obtained an interim injunction against approximately 50 Uber drivers. Now, is that case binding on an Ontario court? The answer is no. But the important part of that case is to look at and see what the arguments Uber made opposing the Calgary injunction. And I turn you to page 8, and I'll read right from the judgment. And it's important because the same arguments will be made here. Page 8, and I read from the judgment. The Uber drivers argued that because the city had asked its staff to propose bylaw changes to accommodate peer-to-peer transportation, the court should exercise its discretion in their favor. Does that sound familiar? Anybody hear that from Uber lately? Yes. The court rejected this argument, stating, quotes, it would set a dangerous precedent to decline enforcement of a valid bylaw because council might amend it in the future when the timing and scope of any amendment is unknown. Is that pertinent to our situation? I think it is. Secondly, the Uber drivers also argued that there was strong public demand for their services.
Please wrap up.
Sorry?
Please wrap up.
Yes, okay. And the answer of the court was, we are very sympathetic to that position, but the respondents, the Uber drivers, do not get to choose which laws are out of date and which can be ignored.
Thank you.
This is not how a society governed by the rule of law conducts itself.
Mr. Spiegel, you have some questions. Councilor and Karichanis, you're the first one.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Spiegel, you were a Superior Court judge, if I'm not mistaken, for 12 years, you said.
Yes, more than 12 years.
Now, with the rules and regulations that we have in the city right now, after we made the changes in September and October, in your opinion, sir, if there was an injunction that was placed by city lawyers and you were to rule, what would you do?
I can't think of a defense. The law is this. Generally, when you apply for an injunction, there's all kinds of equitable rules that you have to prove irreparable harm and you have to overcome all kinds of things. That does not apply under an application to restrain the contravention of a bylaw under Section 380 of the City of Toronto Act. That's a black-letter law. Therefore, once a court finds that there's been a contravention, and I don't think the city's legal department can say that they can't prove a contravention, there is no discretion, or I should say, only in the most unusual circumstances could the court exercise its discretion against the order. They've got, in fact, simply put, they've got to make an order. Answer, it's a slam dunk. And believe me, I never make predictions like that.
There was an industry hired a lawyer written to the city that Mr. Benetti had written to the city that they were looking for, they were looking for an answer back, and this letter was on December the 22nd, and this was circulated, and I did get permission from Mr. Benetti and it says that, what are you going to do about it? And there was no answer from the city lawyer. And in your opinion, should they proceed? It's a slam dunk, period, full stop, end of story, bold capital letters, out loud, done, finished.
Yes, I'm aware of that letter, and I believe, and I spoke to Benetti, and I believe that he said he was told by, I guess, city legal, that by the time they got to court, the study would come out, and that would supersede things. Well, you heard the response of the court in Calgary, directly addressing it. You don't say, I can defy the law because there's some talk that the law may be changed, and we don't know what that study is going to say, but I can tell you one thing, and you're a counselor, you know better than me. That study isn't going to say that Uber can continue on as they are now continuing on.
Thank you. Councilor Mamolidi.
Sir, thank you so much for coming. In your opinion, first of all, before I ask you a question, I'm assuming that you have followed the whole debate down here at City Hall from its inception?
Yes.
What's the biggest mistake City Hall has made with respect to this file?
Well, they corrected their mistake. They drafted, craftily, very good bylaw. I thought there was going to be difficult in wording the brokerage definition in a proper way, which didn't go too far. They addressed the shortcomings that Dunphy referred to like it was a custom-made suit. So they were right in that. They were right also, MLS on its website advised Uber that they're illegal and that if they did not cease, and correct me, Ms. Cook, if I'm wrong, that enforcement activities, and I'm quoting exactly, would be taken. What enforcement activities? I'm told that 96 charges have been laid against the various Uber entities.
All right. So you think that the biggest mistake that the city has made is not gone after those that are breaking the law as hard as they should? Am I accurate in saying that?
Absolutely. I didn't want to, it ventures beyond this, but if you read judicial writers and judges who've written on the topic of respect for the law, you will see that there is nothing that creates greater respect for the law than the capricious failure of governments to enforce it. And that's what we're doing. That I am not in favor of Uber. I'm not in favor of the taxi industry. I believe, as Tracy Cook said in her affidavit, that the taxi and limousine industries are an important part of our public transportation system. Have I correctly?
What's the best decision this particular committee could make today? What is the best possible resolution, given the fact that you know the history of this, given the fact that you know the politics of this? What is the best decision this particular committee can move and pass today?
Well, Councillor Karygiannis' motion captures the essence of it. There was one thing I would like to ask, perhaps if I could ask. There is some suggestion.
Kids.
I'm not playing softball with you.
Thank you. That was the last question.
There is some suggestion, and that has come out in the media, that MLS
Thank you, sir.
is the one who has the delegated power to instruct legal to act. I don't know if that exists.
Thank you, Councillor Madlo. You are next.
Then you might want to amend your motion to include MLS.
Councillor Madlo. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. When I hear advice and I receive information, I find it helpful to understand the source of the information. So I simply just want to ask you, sir, you're a retired judge and a retired lawyer.
Yes, I served with your father. I've known him for years. Yes, go ahead, sorry. Very fine jurist.
Who's paying you to be here?
I told you, I'm here, I'm legal counsel on behalf of the Toronto Taxi Association. And next question?
No, that's all I wanted to know. Thank you.
Yes. Lawyers have a very, when I taught in the bar admission course, I said, if you cannot attack the argument, attack the arguer. Yes, sorry.
Thank you. Any other questions?
You're not allowed.
Great.
Thank you very much for your attention.
Yeah, I couldn't hear quite clear what she was saying.
No, you know, on a point of order, Mr. Chairman. No, I'm not going to stop. You know, you come here, you pretend you're a champion. You didn't vote in favor of half the motions that would have ended this thing, and now she's heckling people.
Yeah,
she has the nerve to heckle people as well.
I'm paying close attention. Thank you, Councilman Malidi. Okay, please, let's continue. So we have Ms. Haley Steinhardt, and followed by Zahir Hossein. Good afternoon.
Hello, Mr. Chairman. Hello, Executive Director and
Please go
members of Council. Hello. I've done a lot of reading around the taxi business, everything from about Swedish file sharing to historical jitney law, and it's clear that the rulemaking does relate back to the city's mandate of safety and health and business licensing and so on. There's a definition of legal positivism, which is that a law is only to be followed when the person who makes the law has the power to make it. And I had submitted a two-page letter this morning that had my two questions that I wanted to address, which may be somewhat moot with the development that Uber has become a dispatcher. However, people have touched on the fact of can they be sort of half legal and half illegal by dispatching rides through non-licensed drivers. When I took the taxi licensing course, I was given a small blue book with bylaws listed, and I'm not sure if I have the power to ask a question, but my question would be that blue book of bylaws, can the charges be laid by either police officers or municipal enforcement officers? Because it seems to me if a license holder can get a ticket from a police officer or a municipal enforcement officer, it would seem to me that there must be some legislative solution that Uber would fall under, or other such smartphone app taxis would fall under that kind of jurisdiction.
Please hold.
In the spirit of a level playing field.
Members of the committee, please return to your seats. We need quorum.
And with respect to level, sorry.
Please take your seats. Councilor Carichanis, please take a seat.
And I'm having trouble getting...
Please go ahead. Thank you.
I'm having trouble getting my mind around the limitations I have as a taxi license holder versus an Uber driver based on geography. An Uber driver can do inter-provincial runs, whereas the Toronto bylaws cover what happens within the borders of Toronto. So I just wanted to sort of point out that advantage. I know I'm running out of time, so if you care to offline have a look at my two-page letter. It does have one or two questions in it, and I thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Oh, actually, can I just mention one thing?
Yeah, please go ahead. You still have another.
With respect to insurance, I know it's not on the docket per se, but I am going into business, in the taxi business potentially, and the insurance broker I called told me I would have to pay $20,000 a year for taxi insurance if I want to park my taxi in my own driveway. However, he suggested if I go through a fleet, that figure might go down to $10,000 a year.
Thank you,
I
Mr.
just wanted to mention that.
Questions to the deputant? If not, thanks so much for your presentation. Zahir Hossain, next speaker. Zahir Hossain. Rita Smith, next deputant. Rita Smith is not here, so with that we are done with the list of deputants. Okay, now we have also other deputants under item 9.5, and that refers to the Toronto Police Service as well. If you want to depute, I can see Mr. Moyeni.
He's already down. He's already spoken up here, and he's already spoken up here.
So the next deputant that we have in this list would be Mohammed Mirza. Mohammed Mirza. Sam Moyini, the next deputant.
It's still not in order.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I wasn't going to give a deputation here today. However, I felt compelled to give one. He's shaking his head. But all I want to say is we're in this situation, the taxi industry, where I think she has a... Oh, okay. Thank you. All right. Thank you again, Mr. Chair, for that. The taxi industry has operated with UberX operating illegally in the city for the last year and a half. We've tried our best to, I think Tracy Cook has tried her best to do an enforcement of ticketing the drivers, ticketing Uber as a company, trying to do whatever is possible to stop them from operating illegally. And we've gone through all avenues, basically, that is possible to us. And the only way that we can stop them fully is through the courts. And I think an injunction is the only possible way that Uber will come into compliance with the bylaw and stop their illegal operation of UberX. There is no other, I cannot see any other way. We've tried all avenues. We were in the police board yesterday. I've been here several times to city council to figure out a way to, stop illegal activities from occurring in the city. And not that it's gone to deaf ears, but we're in a situation now where our industry is collapsing and dying because we have to follow certain rules and regulations that are set out by the city for us. And another company blatantly breaks every single law, every single bylaw that we have. And it seems to me that there's no way to stop them. I think the only possible logical way to do it is to file an injunction. And as Honorable Spiegel said, that it's a slam dunk case. So I don't know why we're not moving. It's since September 30th was when we amended our bylaws to close all loopholes, as Councillor Davis has said in the past, close all the loopholes that our Uber had before. And now they're still contrary to the bylaw. And it's been 5 months and nothing has changed, and they're still roaming the streets freely, and our industry is collapsing day by day, and all we're looking for is some enforcement. That's all we want. And I think this is the only way to enforce our laws, is to file an injunction against this company and stop them from operating illegally. No matter what the laws could be in the future, it doesn't mean that they can break the law today. So I would like to thank the committee for their time.
Thank you, Sam, for your presentation. And we have Councillor Davis, you are the first one. Please go ahead.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mr. Moynihan, for coming today. Are you a broker?
No, I'm not.
Okay. Are you aware of what a broker license requires?
Absolutely, I do.
Does a broker's license, and what happens if a broker violates the provisions of their license?
Well, I guess they're ticketed or they can lose their license. They're prosecuted if they're in violation.
Okay. So if a broker were to use unregulated taxis, they'd be violating the provisions of a broker's license in the City of Toronto?
Yes, and as you said today, they did get a brokerage license, which was baffling to me because they're going to be breaking that brokerage license rules and regulations where they're going to be operating UberX. Whether, I don't know if
Maybe they're going to stop overnight.
I doubt it. I hope so, and everybody will be a happy camper here, but I doubt that will happen.
Okay. Now, they did stop in Calgary,
Absolutely.
and they stopped in Calgary when? When did they stop in
The
Calgary?
only way they got them to stop was when they filed an injunction.
And they lost?
And they
Or the city won?
The city won, Uber lost. Yes.
Right. The other issue about a broker, the other thing, I guess the city has been charging 5 different corporate entities every time they're charging because of the complicated corporate structure of Uber.
Right.
So one of them was that they were violating, they were not a taxi cab broker, but they also had to deal with, there were drivers as well who were charged.
Yes.
So is it your view that they will continue, there are still many violations
Last question, thank you.
outstanding, even though they have a broker's license?
Absolutely. I think the fact that they did get a brokerage license changes very little. They're still dispatching to illegal taxis. We all said the industry has always said they're happy with technology. It's not a fight about technology. We like applications to come into our city and dispatch licensed taxis. If they got a brokerage license and they only dispatch licensed taxis, I don't think you'll see a problem here. However, they're in contravention to that. They're going to be dispatching to illegally unlicensed, uninsured vehicles. I don't think, as you said, I hope they do overnight. They do stop it, but I doubt that will happen. And I don't know how they can get a brokerage license now because they can, quite in fact, lose it next week because they are dispatching to illegal taxis.
I'll
Mr.
ask
Moynihan.
questions of our staff about what the process is.
Thank you.
You violate a broker's license.
Councilor Mamoulides, you are
Thank you,
next.
Councillor.
The motion that Councillor Karygiannis is going to attempt to pass today is the injunction. Do you have any reservations of us throwing in an injunction against the drivers individually for Uber?
I think anybody that's breaking the law should be enforced against. I think Uber in Calgary, they did do that. They went after the drivers, and that's how they were very successful. And, you know, if you can't enforce the law in one way, you have to enforce it in another way. Whichever way is more powerful, whichever way gets the job done for the law to be abide, I think that's the steps that and as our legal counsel has said, you know, we have a very strong bylaw, and it's very enforceable, and I think you'll win in court, yeah.
The other motion I'm going to try to pass today is one of bringing fairness to the fees this year.
Right.
Even if it is for a temporary period of time until we decide on what we're doing and get our act together at the City of Toronto. Do you see if we forgive the fees for a few months, going back as early as January, to all partners?
Just 30 seconds. Can I ask the visiting councillor, please, to take her seat and stop disturbing the staff so the rest of us can pay attention to what's happening and allow the deputy to put the questions?
She's had her champion bowl of cereal over the last.
Am I being heard?
Over the last week or so, so she's decided to take this on.
Just a second.
Her issues.
Either take your seat or I'll ask staff to remove you.
Oh. Removing myself. You guys are so horrible.
Visiting councillor, I will ask you for the last time. Please take your seat, or if you want to talk to staff, take it outside.
one more time.
I will ask visiting councillor one last time. Thank you.
Point of privilege, Mr. Vice Chair. I would submit that it's one thing to ask for, quiet and ask people not to disturb the meeting. But Councillor Davis, like many councillors, was trying to obtain information. Frankly, she's on the same side of the issue as you. But that's not material. The point is that it feels like you're bullying her when you keep repeating language like that.
I beg to differ. That was not bullying, and I don't think this is a point of privilege. You want to challenge the chair, you're more than welcome.
Yes.
What's the challenge?
My request is that whoever chairs the meeting, whether it be you or the other chair, Chair Palacio, simply just be civil and respectful to the members who either are members of the committee or are visiting.
Councillor Matlow, I think we have to be respectful to the deputy and pay attention to him. And he was trying to answer the questions. And in respect of Mr. Moini that is here as the deputy, I only requested that we allow Mr. Moini to ask them to be heard. That's all I was looking. Thank you.
I'm still not sure what the challenge is.
Go ahead, you got another 30 seconds.
There's no challenge, right? No. Okay, so it was me that got interrupted with asking the question, and I apologize. It just seems to happen a lot.
Okay.
So where I was getting at is that there's some relief, I hope, that we could bring. Do you think that if we eliminate the fees, at least until we know what we're doing, will help the families that have been affected, or at least a little bit?
Yeah.
To try and bring it to a somewhat of a level playing field for this year anyway?
I actually gave a deputation to the Budget Committee regarding this issue, and the concern that, it's far from leveling the playing field, trust me, because the fees, it will give modest relief to the drivers, definitely will. It's a significant amount, $323, but they're losing more than that in a week. Weekly they're losing, 60 to 70% of their income, and it's it won't come close to solving the problem or the issue, but it'll have a little bit of help towards those drivers, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. So we are done with the list of speakers. Is there anyone else in the audience that would like to speak? If not, thank you, Sam.
Thank you.
Fantastic. Questions to staff. Now, having heard the deputations, is there any questions to the solicitor in terms of the confidentiality that we need to go into camera session?
I don't think my questions are one of, I don't think my questions are one of the camera.
Okay, so let's be very mindful in terms of the questions that we're asking. Questions to staff. Councilor Mamalini, and 2 minutes.
So my questions are with relation to...
Councilor Davis, you have every right to ask questions, but it's a little bit difficult to start looking for visiting members of council if they're not on their seat. So yeah. Please go ahead. You have 2 minutes. Please go ahead.
You specifically said you have questions of the legal staff, and I thought that meant were you asking whether we wanted to go in camera? I was listening, but I do have questions of MLS.
Please go ahead.
I will yield to the Breakfast of Champions.
So to MLS staff, is it the case that Uber Canada has been issued a taxi broker license?
Through you, Mr. Chair, that is correct.
And does that taxi broker license require that entity to use only licensed taxis?
The taxi cab brokerage bylaw was amended by council to dictate that only licensed taxi cabs are to be dispatched.
And are there other provisions that are key to that brokerage license that would apply to Uber we should know about?
The
Insurance, anything like that?
Through you, Mr. Chair. No, the taxi cab brokerage regulation is pretty direct and straightforward. There's elements there about permitted to discount fares, but the one germane to this conversation is around the dispatching of, or prohibition from dispatching unlicensed taxi cabs.
And the process for a violation of a taxi cab license, brokerage license, if they are violating their license, what is the next step?
So through you, Mr. Chair, as is with all of our bylaws, Councillor, we have the opportunity to initiate Provincial Offence Act charges and put them before the courts, charging them with the offence under the bylaw.
And what about the license, and what is the role of the licensing tribunal?
So the licensing bylaw, Chapter 545 of the Toronto Municipal Code, lays out a structure and program or processes that are to be followed in respect to the Toronto Licensing Tribunal and their authority to revoke, suspend, or otherwise add conditions to licenses.
And so can they, an application or an action be brought to the licensing tribunal even though, in order to suspend the license or cancel the license, even though there are no current convictions?
Last question, please.
Through you, Mr. Chair, the ability for staff to present a report to the Toronto Licensing Tribunal has a number of qualifiers and opportunities. One of those deals with the administrative thresholds that are endorsed by council. There is also the honesty and integrity provisions and other provisions within the tribunal, within the bylaw that governs the tribunal that allows us to put matters in front of them.
Thank you. Councillor DiGiorgio. I'm sorry, Councilor Mamolini.
So there is a threshold with respect to the amount of violations, perhaps on someone that's doing that has a license with the City of Toronto.
Through you, Mr. Chair, the thresholds are spelled out in Appendix K of the bylaw, and it deals to convictions for various bylaw offenses, and it assigns demerit points.
So you can't really suspend any licenses unless there's convictions, is that it?
The practice of with the Toronto Licensing Tribunal is they consider matters where convictions have been registered. We are not solely restrained to that, but that has been the practice where we've breached thresholds due to convictions. As I mentioned, there are other provisions in that section governing the Licensing Tribunal that allows us to put matters forward.
So with respect to what we've learned as early as late last night with the whole issue of CRA and having to go to court to open up the books, and does that not flag anything with you? Are you concerned now that we're actually doing business or given a license to a corporation that is now being flagged?
So through you, Mr. Chair, I don't think it's appropriate for me to speak about the Canada Revenue Agency. I will, however, indicate that all along throughout this matter, as much as the committee meeting we had in the fall, we indicated that Uber was meeting and discussing with the city the opportunity to procure a taxi cab brokerage license for Uber Taxi.
Okay.
And I've been very clear that that has been going on continuous and that got resolved.
Okay, I need to throw that out because I'm concerned about that, and I'm not yet sure on what I need to do with that. But just going back again, while taking licenses away for the convictions is there, it's my understanding that we can fine people that have broken our policy as well, that have licenses.
Through you,
or any
Mr.
laws for that matter.
Through you, Mr. Chair, you're referencing the fines that are assessed
Can we
pursuant to the
fine-
Provincial Offences Act?
What's your last question?
Can we fine an organization that has a brokerage license a little simpler than actually taking their license away? In other words, is it easier just to fine them than it is to take their license away?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I am not aware of a system currently within our licensing bylaw that provides for a separate set of fines. That sounds more along the lines of administrative monetary penalties, but I'm looking to my friends in legal services to correct me if I'm in error. But I'm unaware of any time or any ability for us to assess a fine. There is none, absent our processes before the Provincial Offences Court.
Is that accurate?
Thank you. Councilor Chanis.
Yeah.
That's accurate?
Thank you.
Yeah.
Through you, Chair, to Mr. Cook.
That's the only one that was there.
You've heard what I read before what you had said last year, and I'll read it again. The city is concerned that Uber poses a serious risk to the public, including those who are signing on as drivers, for the following reasons: decreased passenger service, unregulated fares resulting in price gouging, inadequate insurance that may not provide essential coverage to drivers and passengers in the event of an accident, increased safety risk to the drivers due to the lack of training and vehicle security equipment. Ms. Cook, I believe you said that when the city, the last go-around, was going for a court injunction against Uber. Minus the fact that Uber now, Uber Cab has a brokerage license, has any of that changed regarding their other operations in your mind? Are they still doing the same thing?
So through you, Mr. Chair, certainly the report that we've brought forward to committee and council in the past outlining our intention that Uber and UberX or whatever other services ought to fall under a regulatory regime, that rules ought to be enacted by council to address their operations to assure public safety and consumer protection. I remain steadfast that that is the appropriate approach to address the matters of public safety that have been outlined.
So your comments last year are still valid today?
Through you, Mr. Chair, which is why I recommended a regulatory regime to govern them.
Thank you. Is there anything that you can say that on Uber's behalf that they're starting playing ball besides, quote unquote, getting a taxi cab license? And now that they're, I mean, I don't want to say I told you so, but now that they live in Canada, everybody else is after them. Is there anything else positive that's changed since you said those comments besides the taxi cab license?
So, through you, Mr. Chair, certainly I am not, nor will I ever be a spokesman on behalf of Uber and speak to what it is they are doing. I will indicate that they have indicated their interest to sit down and discuss a regulatory framework, that we will be setting up meetings with them, as we are with the taxi industry, to discuss regulation going forward, that when we requested information in advance of our report in September, they willingly provided it.
Thank you.
Any other questions? If not, we'll go to speakers. As visiting members of council, one call, second call, third call. Councilor Karichanis, you're the first one, followed by
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Am I in order to speak?
I will extend the courtesy to Councilor Davis. Councilor Davis, please go ahead.
I just want to say that despite there being a room full of people who are very interested and have a right to know about the decisions that council makes, I would have been more comfortable giving this speech in camera because I do know that we will put forward a case, and that case will rest on certain evidence, and I would love to have been able to hear that and to understand what the benefits or risks were of taking action now. However, I think it's time that we launch an injunction. We have waited. I could comment, but I won't, on the rationale that was provided in the in-camera section, but I won't. I think it is time that we told Uber, if you want to operate legally in the City of Toronto, then you abide by our laws. That, Mr. Speaker, well, you know, these guys are allowed to act badly anytime they want, yell at me. And that we have done, and I'm not questioning whether or not we have been aggressive enough. I think there needs to be more resources added to actually more aggressively enforce and charge. But we now have a piece of legislation or a bylaw that is very clear. I think it's unambiguous, and I think it's very clear and unambiguous that Uber Canada is violating our bylaw, and they must be taken to court. And it's time that City Council decided that.
Thank you, Councillor Davis. Councillor Karygiannis.
Well, Chair, I want to thank you for that. I want to start off by asking city staff to put up my motion. I have a motion, and the motion reads that City Council direct the city solicitor to return to Superior Court of Justice to seek an injunction against Uber based on the updated regulations to Toronto Municipal Code Chapter 545 approved by City Council at its meeting on September the 30th, October 1st, and October 2nd, 2015, and I believe I need to put in here as amended. Am I correct? Okay, the item is amended.
Great, thank you.
And Chair, if I might just, having moved this, I'd like to take the next couple of minutes, next couple of seconds to say the following. This is a long time coming. We started, there was outside political suggestions that Uber is here to stay, and we dragged on, and we dragged on, and we dragged on. It is time to hold these folks accountable. They're breaking federal, provincial, and our regulations. We found out, and I don't want to say I told you so, Revenue Canada is looking into their books. It took them to court in order for them to open their books. And if you're an Uber driver, I would say this to you. Make sure that you file your GST, because Revenue Canada might be coming after you. And now it's about time that we hold the wild, wild west gunslingers, and especially people that are not even, they're billionaires abroad. It's time to make sure that our folks come home safe at night. And I will reiterate by reading the words of Ms. Cook: decreased passenger safety, unregular fares resulting in price gouging, inadequate insurance that may not provide essential coverage to drivers and passengers in the event of an accident, increased safety risk to the drivers due to lack of training and vehicle security equipment, and I would like to add no commercial insurance. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Next speaker, Councillor Mamolidi.
A friendly amendment, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to add MLS to Councillor Karygiannis' motion. I also believe that we should be going after the individual drivers with an injunction as well, and make them feel it in the pocketbook, as many of the taxi drivers have felt over the years.
You want to respond to that, CJ?
I also want to move, and it's in front of you, I'm requesting that the Licensing Standards Committee recommend to City Council that all taxi revenue fees be suspended pending the completion of the fee review. This will offer true relief to those paying the fees early in the new year and will reduce the amount needed to be refunded under the new fee structure. And the last motion is that this committee recommend to City Council to reaffirm the direction of the Executive Director of Municipal Licensing and Standards that any new rules regarding the taxi cab and ground transportation industry be identical. For example, fare structure, safety fees, and assuring that there is no distinction between rules for street hails, prearranged fees, or fares arranged by any other means. What I'm attempting to do outside, I think everyone knows that Councillor Karygiannis and I have worked together with this file and have brought a number of motions along with Councillor de Beermaker and you, Mr. Chairman, have brought a number of motions forward to Council. This committee has made the right decision every single time. And what's met at Council are a number of debates that have been cut short and people voting against our particular motions. I think the tide's changing. I think people are starting to listen now, and I think even the media and others, even councillors, as you can see today, are starting to change their mind in terms of their particular position on things, and I'm glad to see that. So next is the relief. My motion does that. It brings a level playing field. Even the mayor has spoken about level playing fields. This is a true level playing field, and it brings everybody at an even keel, at least for this year, until we at City Hall decide on how we want to deal with this particular file. And I hope that this thing carries through next council meeting.
Thank you, Councilor Mamolidi. On your motion, I have read very carefully. I have checked with city staff, with the legal department.
Which one, Mr.?
And the one that it was just moved, LS 9.9. And I will speak to that at the end. But this motion, Councilman Molina, in spite of all the merit that you're putting behind, is out of order for the following reason. That if you refer to City Council consideration on September the 30, 2015, recommendation number 3 clearly states and exactly what you are trying to move. And I'm going to read it for your benefit. That's number 3. City Council requests the Executive Director of Municipal Licensing Standards to report back to the Licensing Standards Committee and in the spring 2016. And I'm trying to have this item move as soon as possible, hopefully for March instead of April. And it continues on a framework to equitable regulations on all ground transportation providers and to begin consulting on the appropriate regulations to ensure a level playing field that considers the City of Toronto accessibility objectives in the ground transportation industry. So that is what makes this, your recommendation out of order, because it's within another jurisdiction, is within the jurisdiction of City Council. Once again, is in spite of the merits that you are putting behind in terms of having one single bylaw that's going to be adhered by all.
Okay. So,
My understanding is that's coming forward.
My argument, Mr. Chairman, counter to that is that
that's my ruling.
I think it's just a reaffirmation. We're not changing anything. So I'm challenging the chair.
You are challenging the chair. As the ruling has been challenged, is to uphold the ruling of the chair. All those in favor? Upholding
the ruling of the
chair. The ruling of the chair. All those in favor? Against? Oh yeah, there we go. So it's okay. So we'll continue. Are you done, Councilman Malidi, on that?
So that, just to be clear, both my motions have gone through this committee.
Councilman Malo, you are next.
They're before the committee. Yeah, sorry about that.
Mr. Chair, I hate this debate. I absolutely despise it for so many reasons. One is that I find it almost impossible to hear an honest, thoughtful, sincere dialogue about the best way to approach this issue, because it seems like virtually everyone who speaks on this issue, not everyone, but many, have a direct pecuniary interest in the outcome. And the advice that I hear from those who don't is that an injunction is not the slam dunk that has been suggested, not whether it be win or lose, but I mean actually slam dunk as far as advancing the interests of the taxi industry. The advice that I hear from objective experts is that the context in Calgary is very different. It's much newer there. There's a possibility that there could be regulations that could actually solidify UberX's place in Calgary in the future. Maybe not, but possibly. And there's a different dynamic and relationship there than there is in Toronto, where Uber is far more entrenched and has been here longer, has many more people working with them. I'm hearing a lot of political rhetoric, but I haven't heard one answer that will solve the big problem. What I do know is that we've asked for that answer as a council. And the Executive Director of Municipal Licensing and Standards is going to be bringing us a report soon, in April, with an answer that we can consider and we can contemplate and then vote on and have real professional objective advice on how to respond to what I regard as a valid problem.
Thank you.
But over and over again to have these debates that lead to nothing, that do nothing, and raise hopes, and
Malo, please wrap up.
it's not helpful.
Thank you. Councillor De Bramaker, you're next.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair. When all of the various motions come forward, I certainly will be supporting a number of them. And I have to say, 12 years now elected as a city councillor, I'm astounded. We're told, certainly in the newspapers, and I think by our staff and staff reports as well, that the number of illegal UberX drivers is something between 15 and 20,000.
Do you have a motion to move?
Sorry, if you can hold my time, Mr. Chair. I do have a motion, but I thought it's being dealt with separately.
Well, it's,
Okay, well,
I'll call your time.
I would then ask staff to put my motion up on the screen. And it's a motion I've worked with staff to make sure it's procedurally correct and timing correct, so that it deals with just I'll call it a more technical amendment, while the 2011 and 12 vehicles are transitioning to the new 7-year phase that the staff report back on April on, allowing them to have their last 2 years, which means that they would be able to keep the vehicles they have now, because we don't know what's going to happen in April. So our staff may be telling somebody today, go out and buy a new car, and in 2 months from now, a staff report may come forward and say, you don't need to buy a new car. So I'm asking for that to be addressed in the staff report, and I've consulted with staff on that. So, Mr. Chair, I hope, and I would ask committee members to lend their support to that motion. In terms of a number of these motions, you know, whether it's 15,000 illegal drivers or 20,000 illegal drivers, I find it astounding that if we knew that there were 15,000 people or 20,000 people out there robbing banks, that we wouldn't do anything. You just go out and rob a bank. We won't do anything. Not just 1 or 2 of you, but 15,000 of you. And if we happen to catch one of the bank robbers, they'd say, well, don't charge me. Don't take any action against me. I'm just robbing a bank today because I think you're going to legalize robbing banks maybe in a couple months from now. I know it's against the law. But I enjoy thumbing my nose at authority. I enjoy breaking the law, and I enjoy robbing banks. And I feel for my neighbors, because I know people who take Uber. Every time I go to a McDonald's or a KFC or a Harvey's, all the young kids are on the phone getting Uber. And they all say to me, and I ask them, I say to them, don't take it, it's not safe. And they say, it's cheaper. It's cheaper. This is where we as a government have to create rules to protect people. There have been sexual assaults in Uber cabs this summer. And you know what? 3 sexual assaults, no cameras. We put in security cameras to protect people. You may never prevent an assault, but boy, do you have a high-resolution video saying everything that happened in that cab, and that makes prosecution very easy. No safety measures. We're putting people at risk. I'm supporting the injunction and a number of the other motions because we, as elected officials, have to do something to protect our neighbors and our families. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Any other speakers? If not, I'll speak as one. First and foremost, I want to thank all the deputants for taking the time and for being, and of course, city staff for being so passionate about it and to do due diligence. I have to thank my esteemed colleagues for bringing forward all these motions as well. I'll be supporting most of the motions, but more than anything else in terms of the injunction, I think that's something that's long due, and I'm also waiting to see the report from city staff. Hopefully that's going to be sometime in March, and the key to the whole thing is to create a level playing field. To me, a level playing field is to have one single bylaw that's going to be adhered by everyone, no preferential treatment of any kind, because that will be the wrong direction to go. The message thus far is being very clear from the technologies. Simply that they have given the City of Toronto the middle finger. And that happened is last year when City Council asked them to apply for the brokerage license. And we all hear what they had to say. And that's the wrong message that we'll be sending to our local communities out there, to the law-abiding citizens, that if you have the money, you can break the law, and that's wrong. That's definitely wrong. So it's about time to take the right approach. We have the definition in place that was approved by City Council, and to prosecute those who are breaking the law. And at the same time, I'm very glad to see that Uber finally have applied and have done what they were supposed to do a long time ago. Thank you. So we'll move now to the motions that we have on item number 4. We have a motion from Councillor Karigiannis. And can I have that display, please? We have a few items. No, we cannot do it because we have item 4, 5, and 6. So we have different items.
I just want to make a point that I amended Councillor Karygiannis's motion.
As amended. Yeah, no.
There are friendly amendments.
Right, we can't move in that way?
So we have the motion with as amended.
I just want to make sure. I just want to make sure. Okay, so it's MLS is one of them. And we're going after the drivers as well with an injunction, right?
Done.
Okay, thank you.
Recorded vote, Caesar?
All those in favor? Councillor De Vermaker, Palacio, Karigiannis, Mamoliri, against? Councillor Marlowe? Passes. Is on to adopt the item as amended. We are on item number 4. All those in favor? Against? Carries.
That's a recorded vote. Sorry about that. What was that? I thought all of them were going to be recorded.
Recorded. In favor of the recommendations and the item as amended, Councillor De Vermaker, Palacio, Karigiannis, Mamoliri. Against? Councillor Marlowe. I'm in favor. So now we'll move to item number 5.
Mr. Chairman, I had a motion.
Item number 5. It's
Item number 5.
so I'm going to move this recommendation, and the recommendation is that the report December 7, 2015, from the Chair of the Toronto Police Service Board be received for information. Receive. All those in favor? Against? Carry. We'll move to item number 6. That's Councillor Mamolidis.
Okay.
Item. And on number 6, can we display number 6? That City Council suspend all taxi renewal fees. That one. On this. Yeah, on this one, even though that there are a couple of jurisdictions there within the budget committee as well as City Council, but I did check once again with the legal department, with city staff, in terms of where we are going. This item will be dealt with the budget committee on Tuesday, so it's kind of parked, and that's in the middle there. So, but it's in order at this point. So
it is in order.
It is in order, yes. All those in favor? Against? Carry. No, I just wanted to let you know that.
Recorded vote. I'm sorry. I want a recorded vote on that.
Recorded vote on this one. Recorded vote on this item.
I did say all the votes. But...
Okay. On this item is in favor?
No fees, man. Suspend the fees.
Suspended fees. Glenn?
Suspend the fees. Come on.
On this in favor? Karigiannis and Mamoliri. Against? De Vermaker, Maslow, and Palacio.
You voted for it originally.
That's what I asked you. Number 7.
You voted for it earlier.
Number 7. Is, it's going, Councillor, it's going to the, it's parked. The Budget Committee is going to be deal on Tuesday.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I recognize that.
that's-
I asked the Budget Committee to move that as well. But
So it's
this was an
pending. We
attempt
have-
to get it to
we
quicker
have no
quicker
jurisdiction
to
over
council.
that?
if
That's what
possible.
it is, okay. And item number 7 from Councilor De Veramaker.
That last budget, your motion, Councilor Burton, it's going to be on the budget.
Is all those,
It's 4-1. And this one is
yeah,
already
for
voted
one,
on
yeah.
here. It was recorded, it was already carried.
Yeah, on this one, we already voted, and that it was recorded, and it carried 4-1. So now we have to vote on the item as amended. Yeah. Yeah.
I wouldn't do that to the end of the day.
Okay, so this is the item we already voted on, and so now it's on the item as amended. All those in favor, against, carries. Okay, so, and
That's one last item, that's number 8.
now we have one more that's from Councilor Karigianis. That's recommendation number 8.
This is a new item.
So this
This
is.
is a new item, this is not related to taxing.
Oh, this is another item that we have. Just bear with me for a second because I'm. And we have the next one, that's number 9. That's not in the agenda, but these are added-on items that were, since we are dealing with the whole package now, this is the item that I ruled out of order, but was,
Chair, we need to, we need to vote on Councillor Mamaliti's item, which was not upheld. Your ruling was not upheld. But this one.
yeah, that's the item that was not, the ruling was not upheld, so we have to vote on that one. Yeah. Yeah, this is where we have one single bylaw that applies to everyone. Yeah, so this is the one. So on this one, all those in favor is the Veramaker, Palacio, Karigianis, Mamoliti. Against is Councilor Malo. How do you vote? In favor or against? It's one single bylaw. So it's for 1. Is on the report? No, there is no report. That's it. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, we are done with this item, and we have one more item. No, the item was, we voted already on the item as amended, so it carried. Yeah. So now we have another item, and I'm going to check with the clerk on this one, but I can't recall, did we introduce this item? That's the legalization of marijuana?
Yes, we did.
This was introduced. Item number 8.
Requires a motion to add.
Yeah.
Della, it requires a motion to add it. This wasn't in their hands at the start of the committee.
Yeah.
So you want to add it and then vote on it?
I believe that we didn't have this item before us, so it has to be introduced.
Oh, it was there?
It has to be introduced, so it's to allow this walk-on item to be introduced. All those in favor? Against? Is Councilor Malo against? And it carries. So now the item is before
Can I
the committee
ask
as an
staff a
agenda.
question on that, really quickly?
Absolutely.
So the federal government is about to legalize marijuana, and I'm wondering whether or not the federal government or the RCMP or anyone else is basically saying that we're not going to proceed with any court actions or any enforcement until until this law is passed.
Councilor Mamoulieri, just I would like to err on the side of caution on this one, and because this item was just introduced and we didn't give public notice to the public in terms of having the real discussions, so it would be premature in my mind, even to.
I'm just asking whether or not the federal government is saying we're not going to pursue all the charges that we've laid, the hundreds of thousands of charges, because we're about to pass legislation and we're going to stop all the enforcement. Has the government done the same thing that we're doing with the taxi industry on marijuana?
So through you, Mr. Chair, I don't think there's anybody here that's properly authorized to speak to what enforcement actions or prosecution actions are currently being undertaken by our country's police forces.
We should call the Prime Minister and find out.
We can get his number for you.
Okay,
I think there's a couple of people on this committee who would have his number.
Members of Council, let's get on with this. Here we have this, I would like to, I think here we have this communication that should be referred to city staff for their consideration. Okay.
Point of order.
I have a point of order. Councilor Malo, please.
If you could just explain to me, Mr. Chair. Currently, it's not legal to, I mean, aside from certain circumstances, sell marijuana in our country, aside, medical, et cetera, there are circumstances, but in general. So is it in order to entertain a motion regarding something that hasn't happened?
We check, yeah.
It really is? Well, I just want to hear from...
So through you, Mr. Chair, I think everybody is in this position of we're not sure what's going to happen.
Yeah.
So this motion is directing that we ask for the City of Toronto's participation in the discussions federally on what the approach may be if they choose to legalize marijuana. So it's certainly not directing any action to be taken or not taken in respect to enforcement or prosecutions. It's simply asking that the City of Toronto be consulted and included in those conversations.
Thank you.
We have a lot of donuts.
Okay, thank you. So so one way of dealing with this recommendation is to refer to staff. To refer to staff is all those in favor of referring to staff.
It can go on for City Council to request to the City Manager. This is okay. This is okay to go to City Council.
I don't want this to go to City Council.
Mr. Chairman, it should go to council.
Just asking the cities.
So it has to be adopted then?
Yeah, it's asking the city to be involved, to tell the feds we want to be involved. It's okay, it's
Okay.
kind of harmless, yeah.
All those in favor
Adopt it.
and against, okay, to adopt it. Can I have a motion to adjourn? Thank you thank you, everyone.
That's yours. This is far less dangerous than what they wanted to do. So this is just saying we want to be involved, so we can understand what it is. So this is,
Yeah, but
it just is asked that the city be included and participate.
They have already said that the liquor license, the LCDO is going to be
Yeah,
launched.
but so the feds are creating this provincial territorial task force